All right, welcome to the Silver Rock Ranch promotional live stream video here. Kind of a up and down morning here. The weather's we've had rain and had a little bit of, thought I saw a little snow out there. Been sunny, a little bit of windy, little, because it's cooler, a little fog. It's been quite the, I'm going to open this up so we get a little more light on this subject here. All right, cooking on the wood stove. Give me a minute here, turning making some taquitos out here at the ranch. Cooking on the wood stove. So, how we doing? First of all, have to give all glory to the Father because it's what I do. So everything else is secondary. But actually, was doing some research this morning on that celestial alignment and the gas giants, and my phone dumped a ton of all my research. So I've had this happen before. I was actually getting ready to do a screen capture for a live stream, and yeah, I've had it happen. So I don't know how they go in, and the only thing I can recover was some old photos. So whatever, it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. I just have so much time and effort into that. I was trying to put some more. I have a couple things backed up. You guys see me work from 3 phones, but I do it kind of old school style, doing it. Everything I do the hard way. Difficult is the path that leads to eternal life. So it is what it is. Life is not Burger King. You can't have it your way all the time. So it's all right. I'll figure it out. I just have been working hard at trying to put some more information out. So I'm just going to leave it as it is. I must say, this is God in my life telling me, all right, leave it with there. You put out your evidence. It's not about what I say. It's about the evidence that I've submitted, that he controls the heavens, and he's aligned these 4 largest gas giants in a square again. Same thing at the time of Christ. He predicted the destruction of the temple. 3 years later, Nebuchadnezzar, no stone will be left in its place, no stone to be unturned, and bam, he was right. So 79 AD, the 4 large gas giants are forming that square. So I think it has something to do with that, guys. It's that research that I'm doing. It's just myself and Adapt 2030, the only people right now on the internet talking. We got 195 for 3 days or something. I don't know, or till 10/24/24. I did give you, in my opinion, I've presented my evidence. I've presented the evidence. Go look at it. Look at David's video at the title shift on the, in the paintings that have been painted thousands of years ago. So this has happened before. Again, it's something that's going to happen again. We don't do it. It's God doing it. He controls the stars. He controls the sun. If you believe something, get out of here, you heathen. I don't keep company with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. Get out of here. God controls the heavens. Don't try to get me to come in your tent and rub on your crystal ball, and tell me fortunes. I don't believe fairies, demons, or genies, or no rubbing on your lamp. I'm not into none of that fairy tale, Easter rabbit, Christmas, Jesus nonsense. You're not going to corkscrew and spin me. So anyways, moving on. How we doing? John had all my research dumped today. I was getting ready to do an upload to do a live here because I'm doing everything now. So all my research got dumped on this 10/24/24 title shift, but it must be that I'm correct on some of these things. I lost so much information that I've been trying to gather and put together some more, but I'm going to leave it be. Again, Adapt 2030. I've already told you guys, go over there, watch his video, go look at his title. Go look at his title video, and it's painted. It's God can doing this. He controls the heavens. So it's not, I'm just here as a messenger giving you what I see. God's heavens. See, that's where they were before. See, that's where they are now. See, it's a cycle. He said nothing new under the sun. Boom, shakalaka. How you like that? I don't control the heavens. He controls the heavens. There's not some goddess in the heaven up there spinning the Big Dipper around the, your wreath, your fire wheel. I'm not a pagan. You're not going to get me to do your pagan heathen thing. He told me, do not keep company with vipers. So I don't have the time. I'm not anxious in any way. I'm not trying to escape my death, but it is what it is. So I'm going to look at it like that. Like, I can't control the stars. I can't control what they obviously don't want people to see this. It's probably, there is a whole reason. There's only 2 people on this earth right now putting this information out. All glory to God. I'm not doing it. I'm just his vessel. I'm just here as a messenger trying to tell you these cycles. So I don't predict things. I don't make predictions like that. I give you evidence. I'm a prior tyrant veteran and tyrant police officer. And so, but it gave me my understanding of where we were in the past, and to reconstruct. That's what I did. I was a traffic reconstructionist, and it's a lining up of the gas giants. It just something that happened before at the time of Christ. We're here again. Put your hands up, everybody. Look at those paintings. Why does everybody have their hands up? John, did you look at it? Why does everybody have their hands up in those paintings? Why does everybody have their hands up? What's that all about? What's that all about? Everybody put your hands up. The gas giant alignment. Jupiter. Remember? Melchizedek in the scripture, the king, the largest gas giant, the king, star, Jupiter, Herculobus, the great destroyer, Nibiru. That's what the Mayans called Nibiru, or they want to call Planet X. So that's what these wise men here, probably blurry. But anyways, those wise men there, they were pointing up at that gas giant, looking up at those stars. Remember that? They were wise. They were the Magi. So be wise. Remember, this is an alignment. The things that happened before, they'll happen again. Hallelujah. Star of Bethlehem. A star upon a star. 2 stars. The Star of David. Beautiful. God controls these heavens. It's not nobody doing this. They got no star controller. It says the heavens could be the firmament corrupted, right? But we know what we've already seen in Revelation 12 is the most, I could die a happy man, no matter what God does to me. I don't, and he's going to put me through hell. I know that, but not literal, but that's a place of no knowledge, but never mind. Excuse me. But to be a witness, he said there would be a sign in the stars, a sign, in the stars, in the sun. It said there would be signs in the sun, right? And in the moon. But he said there would be a sign in the stars of the second coming, his second coming. And to be a witness, I've gone over it with you guys. Woo! That's it. I mean, the mechanics of that, you can't fake that. There's some of this stuff we just seen with the Stand on the X ritual 2.0 and whatever it is, what it is. But it is God controlling the heavens here. And to be a witness to the Revelation 12 sign was, I don't know, told you that's very personal for me. The 2015 Star of Bethlehem, to be a witness of that happened again. That's what birthed Christ. That heavenly sign that the wise men were watching, that was the sign that birthed Christ, and we were a witness to it in the day that we lived on this earth. I'm good. Throw me in the dirt. No, I won't stop working for him. But then the Revelation 12 sign and 2000, the Shiloh sign, remember, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, the lion from the tribe of Judah. Remember, he sprang out of Judah, was from the house of David. David declared him the Lamb of God, right? Born of Bethlehem, Aries, right? The Lamb, a representation of Christ in the heavens, the birth from the King and the morning star to birth the new age into the age of Pisces. Wow. It was the birth in the heavens that birthed the new age. Wow, that's pretty heavy. You know, I mean, that's two a morning and a king being a birth between a marriage. You know, to birth this into a new age. Oh, so we should be looking up. We should look up. He told us that look up for your redemption draweth nigh. So if you see similar, you know, he said there would be signs in the heavens, you know, in the stars and in the sun and the moon. It says in the book of Genesis, they're there in the firmament. It tells us times and seasons, correct? It tells us times and seasons. Understand, this is not heresy, hocus pocus. I'm not trying to predict you're going to have a hot date and get you to come in my tent and read your palm and do all that demonic behavior. I'm talking about the way that the Most High in the book of Psalms 19, he said that the firmament declares his handiwork. So it goes out across that line, across the earth, brothers and sisters. That is that ecliptic plane that these signs that he's declaring are. They're not over your head, back behind you. They're not anywhere. All you got to do is get your head up at you, this earth, and look up. It's declared right along that ecliptic plane. It's a beautiful. He controls these celestial markers. They're markers. Mile marker 9, mile marker 10, mile marker 11. Every one at a time they have one of these markers. Everybody wants it to make it the end of the world. Hallelujah. It's a tapestry, if you will, of celestial star trek through the heavens. Not, you can't corkscrew and spin me, but an unveiling of time and space. No space in the sky nonsense. I said the firmament declares his handiwork. Celestial markers in the firmament. So, hallelujah. Be wise and be looking up like they were the Magi. They didn't give 3 gifts. They were the Magi, but they were wise and they paid attention to those celestial markers. And what birthed that age was that king star, again, that birthed the morning star, which created that star of Bethlehem, a star, a para star, a union, a marriage, a birth into a brand new age from fire, woo, to water. Pisces, the fish. Something smelled a little fishy, didn't it, huh? Vesica Pisces, the birth, the union between two. I told you that's what was all this. I paid, you know, I'm over the April 8th thing. It is what it is. I told you, see, was a big nothing burger, huh? People are starting to get sick that were on that line. Have you looked into that yet? I'm trying to keep that swept under the rug, all hush hush now, but that's actually kind of a thing. I'm not sure if you've looked into that or you know what I'm talking about, but if you followed BP Earthwatch, which I've already recommended you go watch him, Jesse. I've been watching him for a dozen years or better. He's a brother in Christ. Haven't brought him over to the ministry, but he is definitely hovers over. He has 2 very interesting videos that I'd like you to look at right now, if you will. One of them is his 1400s video of the Chinese. They had before they built that greatest wall ever, like Mr. Donald John was going to build, that instead of giving the greatest wall ever, he gave you the greatest Jabadooski, bow to the altar of Jabba, his gene therapy operation, warp speed protein spike mimicker. Remember the gene therapy? Anyways, the 1400s, guys, you ever study history and look at the 1400s when the Chinese had traveled all around the world? All around the world. Okay, well, goodbye. Maybe you should take a piece of paper. Come back with a piece of paper and concentrate. Maybe you'll get in your camp next time and they'll re-educate you. Goodbye. So I don't have time for you. Took all that time. You could have just shut up and took some notes, but I don't have time, guys. I say whatever I will. It's a, you know, you can't concentrate. Then don't even just go somewhere else. I'm putting out good information. So I'm super salty because he said Nebuchadnezzar plowed salt into the land. I was talking about a salty sea history from the 1400s. You ever studied it? Woo! An amazing time that the Chinese, they were traveling this world. They'd been to the Americas. They'd already been around. This ain't Christopher Columbus didn't discover no America. Nonsense, hogwash. I don't have time for people who can't concentrate. So anyways, much love, brothers and sisters. 1400s, salty seas. Remember, they traveled. He will put the land Oh, I've been talking about this event, this title shift. Isn't that crazy? This dude's all over the place. Well, if you just listen and take some notes, you realize he's talking about most of the same things. Nothing new under the sun. 1400, salty seas. Christopher Columbus, 1492, sailed the ocean blue, escaping the Catholic Church, the most apostate thing ever to walk the face of this earth in my time. Roman Catholicism, 1492. Back to the Saltine Seas. Wow, 1400s. Remember, this was 1400. You ever listen to the Chinese? This massive comet that hit the ocean that lifted boats 500 feet up off into the, was it like Australia? They were found all over. It was hit. It came in behind them. They saw. So anybody research? Jesse's done an amazing video on this before in the past and re-uploaded it. Do you know anything what I'm talking about? In the 1400s, they were traveling. They had boats larger than football stadiums, multi-level deckers, makes our stuff look tiny. The Chinese. Anybody? Anyone? Anybody one? Anybody two? Anybody 2.5? Anybody 3? Anybody 3 to 5? Anybody 5? Anybody 7.5? Anybody 10? Y'all in? 5.5? Anybody 10? Come on, guys. Anybody study their history? Y'all in? Y'all done? You guys don't concentrate? They're going to re-educate you if you don't concentrate. Oh, they might concentrate you. Executive Order 11004, which allows the Emergency Management Agency to relocate whole communities, YouTube, and put you into work camps. So, you know anything about your history? The Waltons? Remember the Roman Catholicism? Remember any of that? Escaping the church in the 1400s, Christopher Columbus, 1492. I'll go all over the place. It's all the same thing, pretty much. Anybody the 1400s with the Chinese, salty seas. Before they came and built the greatest wall ever. They had go watch Jesse's video on this. He did a lot of work, guys, and he did this before, and he's re-uploaded this video. It gives you a little understanding of why the Chinese built that wall before they traveled the world in ships. You guys, come on, man. Please, this is very important history, and the Lord, the Most High, the Father who art in heaven, he's controlling these things. And it talks about a great millstone in Revelation. Remember, the angel, he'll pick up a great millstone, right? The great millstone, right? And it'll be cast into the sea, right? The angel of Revelation, that it talks about this event, correct? So I'm just trying to bring you aware of what that book says. Remember, I'm just bringing you the message. I ain't some kind of prophet. I ain't predicting anything. I'm telling you what it says. We are already in Revelation. We came in. Whoa, we're already in the new age. The heavens declared that. Remember this gas giant right here? Boom. When it conjuncted with Saturn, you got to witness that in your lifetime as well. Saturn. That's the one that the heathens, the pagans, thought they could slow the sun, so they had their Saturnalia and had their pagan orgy sex ritual. Remember that? Remember that conjunction? Saturn, when that conjuncted in the sky, 12/21/2020 with Jupiter, we came into welcome to the new age, right? Revelation, we're here. Heavens have already declared that. You can't stop that book. Can't run from the stars. You can't run from this 10-24-24 gas giant alignment. God's controlling these stars, not some goddess in heaven, not some person in a tent thinking they're going to get you a hot date because you need a wife or a husband or fortune or whatever. Yeah, fortune. Here, let me rub on my lamp and distribute you. What? Lies, fortunes, 3 wishes, 3 nonsense, guys. Hocus pocus, horcus corpus. Don't eat the crackers and grape juice. There's only one God, the Most High God. He sent his only begotten Son, but the Most High, the only thing that exists without darkness, the one that's pulling all the other gods, little g gods, little deity gods, demons, daemonions that used to pray their ancestors before. He's pulling all their strings. My God creates evil. And he's the only one that's sovereign and is free and exists without darkness, because everything else is from this corrupt dust and he created it. So there's only one Most High. The Most High. The one that doesn't dwell in temples or houses made by what? He said hands. Yeah, the one who sent his only begotten son. David declared him the Lamb of God. The heavens declared him Shiloh. Hallelujah. The one who held the inheritance to the church. Boom! The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh, my love, Shiloh, the Lamb of God returns. Boom! See, this ain't Christianity, is it, British? Huh? I never hear this. You don't hear none of this and no. Boom! He said that the Most High don't dwell in temples made by what? Hands. He came back and ripped the churches. He called them the synagogues of Satan. He said, you do your works to the father devil, right? You do the work. Yeah, he was ripping the Pharisees. Yeah, get out of here, Christianity. Silly little rabbits. Tricks are for kids. You're worshiping an orgy. You shouldn't celebrate birth. I rebuke you. That's the most satanic thing. That Satan is the adversary to God. You might as well call yourself an antichrist. Go ahead and celebrate your birth. He told us to celebrate death, not birth. You're not supposed to celebrate birth. Only pagans and heathens celebrate birth, the birth of their king, the one that Donald Trump decorates his house with. The Antichrist, Apollyon. Now he's selling you Bibles. Wake up. No, you won't. He did not give all those a hearing ear, did he? He did not remove the scales from most. Oligos, he said, is this flock that enters through that straight and narrow, takes that narrow path, enters that straight gate, huh? Fear not. Oligos, flock. No, this is the word of God. You just don't like it, Spencer. It's not in you. You just never heard this. You fell for the other gospel and the other Jesus, did you? The other Jesus. How about the Nimrod Jesus? The orgy sex Jesus after their orgy sex festival when they prayed to Saturn because they thought they could slow the sun. Their Yule. You're just ye of little busos, bathos. Poquito. How about that? Which language do you speak? Olegas. Maybe not no, maybe abyss, maybe no busos, no batos, no knowledge. Your head is in hell. You have no knowledge. But anyways, it's just the word of God, and it's not in most people. They've been never taught about another Jesus. They don't know there's two Jesuses in Scripture. I sound like Catholics. I rebuke all Catholics. Catholics don't even know their own religion. Catholic is the most disgusting, apostate thing to ever walk. Crackers, grape juice, I throw up on Catholicism. They were slaughtering anybody who wouldn't go eat their crackers and grape juice ritual. Those Catholicism, Catholic, anybody follows that because they all follow the Pope, follows that crackers. Because he said Horcus Corpus. I bet, too, I was baptized Catholic. I wasn't baptized. That's water. That's a heresy, a perversion of the halakha. Catholics don't know anything. Catholics are pagans. You don't know anything either, Spencer. Obviously, no busos. I went through 7 years of Catholic school. You went through 7 years of satanic, eat my body. You don't even understand what the Saturnalia is, do you there, Spencer? That's what the Catholics worship. The Saturnalia, the Masse, the eating of flesh, right? Crackers and grape juice. Remember the whole Horcus says, believe this magically turns, eat my cracker. This magically turns my body into the body of, I rebuke Catholicism. I puke. That's the most disgusting, vile thing I've ever said earlier in this stream to walk this earth. I'm an exposed Roman Catholicism. That's Constantine blending paganism with Christianity. You didn't even learn nothing in 7 years. That's the number of completion, to be matured. Obviously, you didn't know nothing. You just sat there like a bump on a log. Do you know anything about the halakha? Can you tell me, Spencer Anderson, 7 years. I went through 7 years of schooling. Spend 777. Tell me about the word halakha, Spencer. You spent 7 years. 7 years in Catholic school, huh? You ever hear the song by Frank Zappa? Catholic girls with their funny little... Never mind. I won't go there. I'm not a singer. Anyways, come on. Spencer, stand up for yourself there. Oh, dork. Now you're going to call me a dork. Okay, anyways, I don't cast my pearls before swine. The most apostate thing to ever walk the face of this earth is Roman Catholicism. And that's rebranding of paganism, the Yule festival, the beast, the head wound that was healed. They outlawed that, that paganism. That was outlawed. Know your history. You don't know your history. It's puny. You got no studies. Remember, they outlawed it. The deadly head wound that was healed was when Constantine he thought he was going to lose his empire to the northern Caucasus tribes, to the pagan Vandals, the Goths and the Visigoths, all those tribes that were slaughtering Christians, just like he was. He couldn't slaughter them fast enough, and he thought he was going to lose and get taken over. So he blended Christianity and drew up what was called the Edict of Toleration. Know your history. People have just no understanding. I go talk to 98% priests, pastors, deacons, and reverends or whatever. They don't know this. They don't know this. That's why that dude couldn't say anything about halakha, dork. Come on, man. So anyways, this was a blending where, again, Constantine said, all right, I'll tell you what, you will tolerate, you will bring all your paganism. This is where you get that nook or niche in the wall. That's where Mary and all that all comes from, heathenism, paganism. Mary, the worship of Mary, that's, again, I don't want to go there. It's 12th century. Look up your histories. This is what it is. I want to get back to the 14th century with the Chinese and the boat and the salt in the land. You think I forgot? No, I didn't forget. I said take some notes. So in the 12th century, these Vandals, these Goths, these Visigoths, again, Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire. So he wrote up what was called the Edict of Toleration. Edict of Toleration. And so they all came under one house. They said, all right, we'll tolerate your pagan gods if you stop killing these Christians, and we'll blame Christianity with paganism, heathenism, and that's what you have today, Roman Catholicism. That's why they believe in the eating of flesh. Their orgy, sex, King Jesus, after the 7-day Yule festival of the Yule, where they thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around, and from 923 to 323, all these silly pagans wanted to get back to the spring. The word of God is more about food than anything. And so we're paganism. That's what people are idiots. They're total idiots, ignorant as hell. Serious, no knowledge on the subject. They don't understand what that was. They thought that the sun was going away. These silly pagans, heathens didn't understand. Remember, he said, learn not the ways of the heathen. Be not dismayed at the signs of the heavens, for the heathens are dismayed at them. That they thought that the sun was going away, so they prayed to Saturn. This is their Saturn or Yule festival, the feast of the sacrament of the Mass, Christmas, or the Saturnalia, the feast of. It's all the same Yule festival, because they thought they could slow the sun, because Saturn has its slowest rotation around the sun. So they thought they could slow the sun from going away, because they thought in 923 at your equinox, equal day, 923, equal day, equal night. They always make such a big deal in 923. 923 was the birth of Revelation 12, the birth of the King. Again, the second coming of Christ in the celestial heavens, the celestial markers after 40 days in the belly of the Virgin Virgo, the heavenly sign that he gave to John at the island of Patmos as the messenger, the angelos, the book of the apocalypse. He gave him that revelation, if you will, of the great sign of a virgin, born of a virgin. See, this is where the Catholicism blends in with their Mary and all this blending. It's bastardization, it's a heresy, and it's an apostasy, because God controls the heavens. He controls the revelation of the stars, if you will, or the revolution, or whatever you want. It's their signs in the firmament. This Revelation 12 sign, born of a virgin, a crown of 12 stars upon her head. Yes, of a king, the lion, 3 wandering stars stand at attention, and for 40 weeks they stand still performing that crown of 12 stars upon the virgin. The revelation, the apocalypse was given to the John at that gold mine at the island of Patmos, where he was given that apocalypse, that revelation of the great sign in the heavens of the virgin born of a virgin, and a great sign in the stars, as he always gives two witnesses. Himself, he said, the stars. Then he gave a witness to John at the island, again, the island of Patmos, at the gold mines, correct? Hallelujah, where he gave that Revelation 12 sign to John. And we got that apocalypse in that book of the apocalypse, of the book of the Revelation, of that 12 stars in the Virgin on 9/23. It exits after not just 4 days, 4 weeks, but 40 weeks to the day on 9/23, on the equinox, when they start their pagan satanic rituals. They have fire gods and lunar gods, moon gods, star gods, Ishtar gods, and their fire celebration after a 7-day orgy. But the sign that was left in the heavens, that was a sign that we are witnessed in our day. The most beautiful sign to ever be a witness. Yeah, after 40 weeks, Jupiter enters into her belly. 9/23 exits. 40 weeks, exactly the gestation of a birth of a child. The birth of the King in the heavens, not only in the signs of 9/23, that's what we saw too, right? Right on 2015. Bam. You got it again with the true Revelation 12 sign. You couldn't fake that. Think about the mechanics of Leo, the lion, the scepter, the lion shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh declares the inheritance, and the virgin wears a crown with the king, and 3 wandering stars, which do not stay on the ecliptic plane, wander off and on, stand still like a military veteran at attention for 40 weeks. Boom! That is such a beautiful revelation that was given to John at the island of Patmos, and I was a witness to it in my day. Wow! Holy smokes, are you just, I'm on fire. He comes back with eyes of fire, brothers and sisters, the voice of many waters. But listen, he pours out that water on his people. Remember, Fomalhaut the fish, the signs declare the coming of an age. The vessel, the water bearer, Aquarius, has already declared we've moved into this new celestial age. The heavens declare, the firmament in the book of Psalms 19 declare his handiwork. Correct? So we were a witness to the Revelation 12 sign. We were a witness to the sign where those 2 stars conjuncted, married, Vesica Pisces, as it saw the birth of the king between 2 and 3 BC. And now in 1221, 2020, Jupiter and Saturn birth the new age. But these silly little pagans, they didn't understand this. They're just silly heathens. He said, learn not the way in the book of Jeremiah. And so we see these signs in the heavens above our heads right now. And he tells you to look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. But these other silly pagans, again, they had these Yule festivals, and they celebrate this other gospel and this other Jesus, which you were warned, which starts 9/23 to try to get back to the springs for their crops. Because again, they thought they prayed to the Saturn to try to slow the sun from going away from them, because they thought the sun was dying. So they lit fires all over this earth. Yes, they did. They lit Bel fires, Baal, Satan fires. So because they could warm this earth, all over the earth. That's your Christmas lights, by the way. You light your lights, your Bel fire lights, you hang your, yeah, same Yule festival of the burning of the fire god, their god of their birth of their sex orgy Jesus god, their Nimrod, the one that Mr. Donald John, no, just kidding, no, that's my kitty. Sorry, he's my Agent Orange kitty. Oh, Mr. Agent Orange, Mr. John, right? Donald John, Mr. Operation Warp Speed. Remember, he has his house decorated with the orgy sex Jesus, the other Jesus. Remember, he don't even believe in Jesus. He don't believe in the Messiah. He's the king of Israel. Silly. So anyways, this Yule festival starting on 9/23, right? No, this started down here on 12, right? 12/17 to 12/24 to the birth of their, he told you don't celebrate births, and they have a birth because they're heathens and they're pagans. They celebrate their self, or the birth of their fire, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated. Remember, the one, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, right? Mr. Warp Speed, that's the one who brings you that. Well, no, hey, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. Remember the Lupercal festival, the same fire god. Remember the fire gods and the Moloch, right? The tree gods, the owl gods, the lunar gods, the moon gods, and the sun gods. Fire and worship and tree. grove worship, all heathenism, all paganism, all added to you by the Catholic Church. Remember, I told you the blending in Christianity, Constantine, 12th century, Edict of Toleration. All right, we'll tolerate your heathen pagan gods in our church. Just stop slaughtering these Christians. We'll all get along. Tolerance, wokeism, brothers and sisters today. Yeah, are you woke? Cancel culture. Yeah, same thing back then. We'll all just get along. Just shut up and don't say anything about these pagan gods in the church, and we'll all just guess Constantine. That's Catholicism. Why? That's why it's the most vile and vain thing on this earth. Just filthy. They got people thinking that eating crackers is the body of Christ when they're really eating the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with, the orgy Jesus, the Nimrod one. Remember that Nimrod Jesus that had a 58-story tower? Well, I get offended, but you were warned about another Jesus and another gospel, and he don't come as a leotarded devil. The little kitty devil, remember the leotarded devil with the little spandex and little pokey hood? He comes mirroring Christ. So I call him, that's, you don't understand. He was a 58-story Nimrod Jesus. Remember, they celebrated it after 7 days after eating that. See, they appointed from the peasants. Remember, they were just silly heathens. They didn't understand the way the stars trekked through the heaven, the circuit, the revolution or revelation, if you will, of the way the stars trekked, right? That the sun was going away. It was pulling their crops down into the outside. They prayed to these goddess and gods of the underworld. Tammuz, the son of Satan, was the Dagon, the fish god. Remember, the under the sea. Never mind. Remember, the Pope wears that fish hat. But anyways, that was pretty creative right there. Thank you, Father. But anyways, remember, they started this Yule festival in 923. No, I said it started from the 1217 to 1224. I'm trying to get you back to Christmas. I'm not pulling you around this wheel, back and forth. Woo, hold on. I said take notes. So, but anyways, it's just the same thing, guys. It's all really the same thing, but most people don't. Just little busos, little knowledge, little bathos, he said, my people will perish for lack of, and they get thrown in the place of no knowledge. But either way, hell, if you want to call it, it's called the abyss. But anyways, this festival, this 7-day orgy festival from the 17th to the 24th, where they would appoint one of these peasants to get to be one of the king, to be the king, not just one, just only one king. There was a king of the Yule, a king of the Saturn or the festival. Remember, now this is the time of Rome, right, of Christ, and they loved their orgies. Remember how Rome went out. So this was an orgy, if you will. That's why I call him the orgy Jesus, because they celebrated this 7-day Yule festival because they thought the sun was going away and pulling down the crops in the vine, pulling them down. So they prayed to their goddesses like Tammuz and this their Ishtar back over here. We'll get back over here like Samhain. Remember, there's All Hallows Eve, and that's Halloween. That Catholic Church added that to the Bible. That's such an apostasy. That's like a dual blended holiday all in the way. Here, just let your kids, never mind. I don't want to go there. Here, trick or treat, right? Never mind. Let's go on. Let's move on. Let's get back to 1217 to 1224, this 7-day Yule festival where, remember, Yule, you throw you on baby lamb, you throw their kids on the fire and eat their kids, Moloch. Remember that festival, the Krampus Christmas festival that Krampus ate his kids. Remember that whole Moloch? It's the same thing, just rebranded. They keep rebranding these festivals and giving them a little forward. That's what Christ said. They pervert or twist them, but it's modernized, and so it's palatable in our day to accept trees like Christmas. Christmas orgy Jesus, right? The one that Mr. Trump has his house, the Antichrist of the 58-story Nimrod Trump or Nimrod Tower. I don't know. They were just both. They were both 58 stories, and Mr. Trump lives on a 66 Babylonian Trump Tower. But anyways, this 7-day festival for 7 days, where they would have this king that came from the peasants. It was an orgy, and he'd get to sleep with all the ladies and all the men. He got to lay with the sheep and drink the finest mead, and he was the king of the Yule festival, or the Saturnalia, the feast of the Saturn. This was called the Saturnalia, and was celebrated before the time of Christ. So Christmas doesn't have anything to do with Christ Jesus. He was not born he was not born on December 25th. Satan was. See, this was the lead up from the 17th to the 21st, this 7-day Yule festival, where the Catholics got you thinking that eating the body of Christ is eating that cracker, when the body of Christ is your mother, those that do the will of the Father. The Word of God says your brothers, your sister, and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. And the scepter sign, the Leo, which declared him the high priest of the church, declared him, remember, like Aaron and Levite, that the scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh returns. So he is the head. We are the body. He never meant to eat his literal body. See, these Catholics are the most apostate thing to ever be known to mankind in our time. Remember, they blended paganism with Christianity. Now they got you thinking that eating this cracker is the body of Christ when you're supposed to eat your mother. Anybody who knows the Word of God knows exactly what I'm talking about. I said your brothers and your sister and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. That is the body. He is the head. So these stupid, ignorant, apostasy, vain Catholic, and anybody who's attached to any of this communion and follows the Pope and any of this is just paganism rebranded. You understand? It's rebranded under another name, but this heresy with cast people believing that this communion, they used to pray to their ancestors for fortune, demonic behavior. That demon was a compliment in history, but nobody will study the dialectus or the glossa or that's like the word devil now that you see it devil, but it didn't say that before. It said daemonion, and that was a compliment. But it's still demonic, and it's still to pray to your ancestors for fortunes and communion with the dead by having sacrifice of flesh and then eating it. Oh my God, that's disgusting. So they're cannibals. Yeah, and drink my blood. You know, vampism, cannibalism. Christ never said the literal eat his body. Christ would never, he nailed all that sacrifice to the tree. You know, he didn't, Shiloh, the one who returned, you know, his only begotten son, the one who was declared in the heavens to hold that sign, the scepter sign with the inheritance to the church, who came back in the flesh. Correct? The one who nailed himself as a contract, right? Top and bottom, 2 witnesses or thieves or whatever, but same contract between the bride. He divorced his for this celebration of this same vain custom, rebranded as Christmas. That's why Christmas was banned in America over 300 years ago. You will not find George Washington. You know, it's sacred in the Mass. It's the one the Catholics were slaughtering people for not eating the orgy sex Jesus. Let's just be real about this. 7 days Yule festival. After that 7 days, they throw them in, I don't know, garlic and lemons or what they put on them, like a lemon butter or whatever I don't know what they did, but they all sat down and they ate them and they communioned. It was you pray to your ancestors for fortunes by having sacrifice to the dead, and that opens up portholes, they thought, and they can communicate with their ancestors for fortunes. It's all a bunch of hocus pocus. He never said, eat my body. The body of Christ is those that do the will of the Father. That's his word. That's what it says. Most people think that there's just one Jesus in the Bible. He warned of many Christ because he knew that people would do this, which we always do. It's idolatry. We love to make up our own versions of the law. You know what I'm saying? We're making up our own. Remember, he said, if you add to that book, your name will be blotted out, right? You'll be blotted out. I don't care if I predestined you for the Feast of the Lambs because you didn't celebrate, and you got persecuted for not celebrating this festival and going out and telling people it's vain and vanity, and they hated you because you wouldn't go to the Christmas Yule, throw your orgy sex king in the fire and eat him, Jesus. You know, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with, and he doesn't even believe in a Christ. He's the king of Israel. So it's all just vain. But to show you, 7-day Yule festival, they ate the dude. And that was the lead up to the orgy sex Jesus, as I call him, Nimrod or Mithra. It was their sun god. That's why I always find that fire on top of the tree, because it's the worship of tree, grove, Moloch. All this is added by already back here in the 12th century. Nobody's maybe ever taught you this, but this is not just there's no religion. This is historical and biblical. I don't do religion. Record of Constantine, again, thought he'd lose his empire to these pagans, and that's why they have paganism. That's what Christianity is blended, and now is modern day. Eat my body, drink my blood, hocus corpus, hocus pocus, crackers and grape juice. It's all in a seed of God, and that's why it was banned 300 years ago in America, because they weren't idiots like most people who live in this country today. More people outside of the walls of America know American history than the people who even live within the confines. So remember, if I get elected president, I'm banning Christmas again and birth dates, because it's vain and vanity, the most satanic thing you could ever do. Satan means the adversary. Define the words that are coming out of your mouth. It's either Satan or Antichrist. You are either with Christ or you are an Antichrist. And that's mathematical. Ain't splitting hairs with nobody. So this orgy sex Jesus was named Mithra. And after they ate this Yule god king, see, that's what they're trying to get you to understand. This king, they think you that this king is this, that's their king, the one that's locked up in the pit. They got you eating this festival king of the Yule, thinking you it's the body of Christ, when he never said to do cannibalism. He never literally, it was all nailed to the stake. This is the most vain thing ever in the history of mankind. When Christ comes back and you're celebrating birth, when he said to do not celebrate birth. And if you go back and redo your history, you'll find I'm 100% right. The only people who celebrated birth were heathens. That is the most vain thing you can do, is celebrate yourself. The birth of yourself. You are born, as he said, to celebrate death and do not celebrate birth. He tells us that in Ecclesiastes 7:1. Look it up. I'm not going to sit here and give you every single thing. Research. This is the day and age of information, and it's well beyond. We've had this for 20 plus years, this interweb. They're about to ready to cut the web, cut the net, and put it in your face. Interface. Little dots to start. Probably you'll get used to it. Don't worry about it. It's kind of like a nose piercing. And then boom, interface. How long will that? Never mind, I'm getting ahead of myself. 7-day Yule festival leading up to the Christmas god. The orgy sex king. Remember the one that let's go a little further. The Lupercalia, right? That's the same king. The king of the Saturnalia is the king of the Lupercalia. That's the same king, Apollyon. 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 Some of you won't take it. Good for you. Apollyon. Apollyon. Have it set out of the system so you don't have to get into the interface to the Starlink shield. Oh, never mind. So anyways, this 7-day Yule festival, brothers and sisters, was an orgy. And they had a 7-day festival where they ate the king of the Saturnalia, the king of the Yule. You throw your kids on the fire, eat your kids, throw the you baby lamb, throw the baby on the fire. This is all the same thing. If you come into Lupercalia, which is the worship of Apollyon, the bringer of the disease, this is Satan, and the cure of the disease. Apollyon was the bringer of the disease. Remember, the one who came on the rider on the white horse, the one with the crown, the corona, right? And the toxon, Sagittarius in the heavens. It was declared over your heads, brothers and sisters. I told you, the heavens, the firmament. Oh, I got it 100 million degrees in here. Holy smokes, I knew that was going to happen. All right, guys, it was a little chilly. The weather was all over the place this morning, so I got the wood stove going. Give me a minute. I had to peel off this hoodie, and now I'm going to go open this door. I got that wood stove cranking. Man! You want to go back out there? All right, I got to get back to some kind of fairness talk, guys. I really do. I love this. Thank you. All glory, Father. I can't help it. You just overcome me with the word, and I just can't help myself. I can't help myself. I put cabin pictures up, and I was going to have all this other. So, anyways, so do you think Amish women? That's apostasy. I rebuke you, and you're out of here too. So, anyways, so I got to get back to a little bit of work for. Got to do something to pay the bills out here, so to speak, guys. And I've been doing other things. I got stuff up on the internet here, and so things are cracking, things are popping, things are spinning, and things are, this is the Jubilee year. I'm 50 years old, and this is going to be my Jubilee year. I said that. Let's see there. It's the way you reap what you sow. So let me I'll finish doing this Yule festival here real quick, and I'll get to this. So Apollyon is the sun god. That's Lupercalia. That's the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. It's the one with the wolf. That's Lupercalia. Then you get into Ishtar. Ishtar. That's the one who cut up Satan, cut up his body into like 12 pieces and scattered it like the 12 tribes. She got to be a more blasphemous thing. Again, that's so blasphemous right there. But she gathered his body part. Oh, hold on a minute. She married her son, the son of Satan, Tammuz, the fish god. Remember I told you the one with the kid, the Pope has that same hat. That's Tammuz, the son of Satan. She married Satan. This is where you get your EpiPen Island, and that's why Donald Trump's phone was pinged to EpiPen Island. He's an EpiPen Island boy with Mr. Biden. They're EpiPen Island boys. They're EpiPen Island, but Mr. Thump covering for Mr. Creepy. So either way, his phone was pinged to the island and then back to Mr. Babylonian 58-story tower. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. They're island boys. So anyways, yes, they're all part of that's eat your kids, marry your mom. Where do you think it comes from? Why do you remember? Mix red and blue and you get what? Can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family. Purple, right? So remember royalty, these sickos. Wax sick. Anyways, moving on, guys. Moving on. Why do you think they want all those books in the Vatican over there, hiding all that information, huh? So much hidden, huh? Why do you think they created Islam? Never mind, I'm not going to go there, but you're disgusting, filthy swine. I'll rebuke you. But anyways, guys, this festival of this, again, Yule leading up to the Lupercalia is another festival of Satan. And it's the one with the wolf. That's your, doggy style worship or whatever you want to call it. Your love. Look behind look what's that shape of that. Smack that down. Oh, never mind. I want to get off that subject. They're vain. Like some of these people coming in here saying these filthy, disgusting, vain things that they say, but they're Satan's. They're an apostasy to God, and they're antichrist. So God would never. There's always going to be a left and a right, brothers and sisters. There couldn't be a left without a right, and couldn't have good without evil. God knows what He's doing. God creates evil. So, anyways, moving on. He created Apollyon and everything. He creates all things. But moving on to the when Satan died, she cut his body into 12 pieces, and she gathered all his pieces except for his member. She couldn't find his. Remember, it was what was it? It's that thing that sits in front of the Washington Monument. This vain, vile country called America that has that phallic. That's what it was, right? The phallus, right? The stand it up and stand it erect, Nimrod. Get it, Nimrod. A tower, standing it upright and nailing it with hammers, nails and hammers so it's upright, like the erect phallic of Nimrod, the piece that she couldn't. That's what the Catholic Church worships, the phallic Nimrod. Same thing that's in front of the Vatican. Don't sit there and play silly games with me, rabbits, because you got into their orgy, moon goddess, right? Moon, lunar, right? Like the Islamic flag, moon and crescent moon worship. Remember, starting in the 923, the dark month. Remember, they're light. Can't be an up with a down. Can't be a left without a right. How would you ever know what something sweet tasted like if all you ever had was something sour in your mouth? How would you know what a good time was if all you ever had was a bad time? So I don't want to hear it. So God is, remember, He said He will pour out a just measure when He returns. It's just algebraic, brothers and sisters. That's all basic math, not like advanced or anything like that. You take something from here, you're going to have to give it back over here. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it on the line. This isn't complex. Okay. Basic. You don't need a calculator to write this. This is basic equation, basic math skills, right? I'm not trying to belittle anybody here. Just hang with me. Okay. So God said He will pour out a just measure when He returns. So God created evil, and He knows that all these things, He created Satan himself and all the third of the angels that were cast out, fallen angels, not sons of God and not aliens, but fell like lightning, Barack Obama, to earth. Like I saw lightning fall to earth, right, from heaven. That from heaven to earth. So that's such verbal and visual and digital voodoo on you, huh? They tell lies to your vision and play tricks. Silly rabbit. Remember, phallic worship, the worshiping of the phallic, all their steeples on their churches. When he said the Most High doesn't dwell in houses made by hands, and those, he called them out as the synagogues of Satan, same thing as today. All of them, they worship this vain. He told us in his book of Jeremiah, learn not the ways of the heathens, for their customs, their traditions. Barack Obama means I saw lightning fall from heaven to earth. That's what it is in Hebrew. So, what does Obama have to do with this? Pulled you right out of your numbskull, didn't I? But anyways, guys, this Lupercalia is just the same Saturnalia god from the Nimrod god that Trump has his house decorated with, the Antichrist, the one that's locked up in the pit that tells us in Revelation 9:11 that they have a king. Remember, I told you they have a king. Remember, they're getting you want to eat the king. They want you to eat the king. Gail, that's a interlinear. We got to take a pause for the cause for the Most High God. He's stepping in here. So that's what you need, that interlinear, which means it's a dual language. You're studying it in the original language that it was canonized in the Greek, written in the Greek, and the Old Testament's written in Hebrew. So you want to get a lexicon and a concordance, because this is coded with the Strongs. They have a Young's, and this is the Hendrickson version of the KJV, not some crazy weird version. This is how I teach, so I don't care what you say in opposition to this. You don't know how to study if you're not studying like this. This is the only, this and the three other is where you start. It's where you build your base. You need to start with the original language it was written in, canonized in, Hebrew in the Old, Greek in the New. So dual language, interlinear, remember, coded, each one of them has a number above it. So you can pull that and study everywhere that one word is written and who said it. In every sentence that one word was said, that's what a concordance is. And then get your lexicon. A Greek lexicon is a dictionary, and take that one word, and before you ever go study it in those sentences in your concordance, get the definition of it. That's what a lexicon is. It's a Greek definition. So take the one word, whatever word you want to study. I already taught you, if you're doing it like this, you realize you don't need to know nothing but the gospel. That's it. And then you can start one word at a time. And he reveals, seek and ye shall find, ask and you shall receive, knock and I will come sup with you. It's all about this book. Not seek a job, a house, riches, cars. It's talking about the aletheia, the Ruach HaKodesh, the tree of knowledge, the understanding that's contained within these words, his living Ruach HaKodesh. He came and made a New Testament. This is his apostles, the living testament, as he had follow after me, give up your life, the book. He was the living book. And this is that testament that he made with his bride, documented that who he will call out in the wedding feast of the lambs. So check it out, guys. Check it out. Interlinear. Okay. Don't worry about what the world says. The world's supposed to hate you, guys. You're not supposed to be loved by the world. Remember what it says in this book. If you are loved by the world, you'll be hated by my Father. So you don't find Christmas in this book, do you? You don't find Easter in this book. Well, it's written, no, not in this book. It doesn't say Easter. It says Passover. Ha, ha, ha. Never read the original, this bastardized, watered down, milky doctrine. I'll tell you where you can find the aletheia. It's one word at a time. Just learn the gospel. That's it. Just carry your cross. Do you know how to carry your cross? Are you carrying? He said, he said in his book of Matthew. It says it right here in the book of Matthew. It says right here in the very first book, it says, who shall ever come at, he was speaking through his apostle Matthew. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross daily. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. It's a 365-day Jesus. You ever heard about that Jesus? He never said you can set your cross down. That's a different Jesus. See, you were warned there were more than, he said through his apostle Paul. Do you know that there's two Jesuses in Scripture? There's more than one Jesus in the Bible. See, that blows most people's Christians' minds. Catholics, whatever. I don't know. There were a bunch of pagans. I told you they all worship tree worship. It's in this book, remember? The definition the truth, the aletheia, it will set you free. Seek and ye shall find. Ask and you shall receive. The aletheia, right? Matthew, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross. 365 days. It's an everyday Sabbath. It's an everyday Jesus. It's not a sit down and one time in some house made by hands. And he said he doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. Remember? More than once. So he dwells, Christ in you, brothers and sisters, Christ in you. Okay? He made it very clear. When he was here, he called them out as the synagogues of Satan. He dwells within the word. And then that's, if you seek, it's written on our hearts. He reveals, seek and you shall find, ask and you shall receive. It's what's in this book, not gifts of the world. This is the gift. This is your treasure. This is your prize. He is supposed to be your prize that you are running towards. Loins girded in his service. Maranatha until he returns. This ain't no stupid religious channel. If you're going to be religious, if I had to ask you what is religious, that would mean something you would not do just one day. Hey, I'm religious. See, I went to church on Christmas and Easter. Silly pagan. Learn not the ways of the heathens, for the customs are vanity. They're vain. Yeah, you don't know what slavery is, Joe. You have no idea. You are of little ignorance. You do not understand the Bible. You don't even understand the New Testament and the Old. Obviously, you're just of little busos. Do you understand people used to sell themselves into slavery? You're an idiot is what you are, and you're ignorant. So get out of here and leave. I don't have time for ignorance anymore. We are coming into one of the most beautiful celestial markers, and I'm trying to get what I can, the time that I have, use it wisely. He said, be girded in my service. Be serving me, right? Have your loins girded, have your lamps track, and be burning bright until I, Shiloh, return. So this is the sign. These are the signs again in the heavens that he left for us again, brothers and sisters, that if we're wise and we know that he said he would come back and redeem his bride. It's not it's not next year, in my opinion. It's years from now until that final horse, the pale green horse, and the final, a series of trumps, a series of seals that will be opened, the 7 seals, the 7 trumps of Revelation. We are already in Revelation. The heavens declared that. I have a world full of ignorant idiots that don't understand. They're living back in Pisces. Something smells a little fishy in deception, the age of deception back there. If you've studied with me, you know exactly what I'm talking about. One of the oligarchs, the few that can give you this understanding of this declaration of that he, Psalms 19, the firmament declares his handiwork. He puts it in his book. They're in these books, brothers and sisters, the Aletheia. And if you'll study it one word at a time, just seek the gospel. Who shall ever come after me? The book of Matthew. Let them deny themselves. That's idolatry. Self is idolatry. Latria, to serve. Porneia is the Greek word. Study, get your lexicon. Go study Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries. I'm just mirroring his teachings, and obviously he doesn't teach things that I teach here. He has his own ministry. I'm a mere teaching of Grace and Truth Ministries, just the gospel. I stick to the 66 books. I don't talk about Enoch. I don't talk about Second Enoch. I don't talk about Jasher. I don't talk about I don't talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls. I don't care about the Ethiopian text. I care about the canonized version, so I can lead my brothers to be able to study it one word at a time, where they can have the definition, one word, and find out everywhere it's written. So I encourage you, if you're going to study, like look up the word cross, define that in the Hebrew, and you can find, study crucifixion. There's a good study outside of a religion. Outside of a religion. Okay? Let's read what Joe has, because Joe has already spit one more. If he spits, I don't have to keep company with vipers. Listen, brothers and sisters, he says, do not cast your pearls before swine. God is not going to try to force you to change a goat into a sheep. So let me read what he has to say. All sets rules for how to treat your slaves, and not all slaves during the actual age volunteer to be slaves. Okay, sure. Okay, but that's just one age that you're talking about. Every nationality has been enslaved, Joe, on this earth, and they, again, used to sell themselves into slavery as a better life. So you're an idiot, and you're trying to still put your froward in your spin, you're perverted. Christ would call you, he would say you're frowarding the word, and you're just cherry picking it, Joe. That's all you're doing. Christ was sold into slavery, you ignorant puke. and I don't have to keep company with vipers. Your vomit tsunamis are not going to work in here. Stick to the aletheia, stick to the truth. You're just giving it a one side, like a red or a blue. Yes, people sold themselves and wanted to, and yes, people didn't. So, and then you talk about picking one little age. What about the whole thing? I said every nationality has been enslaved. And again, some people want, so you're just being ignorant and you're trying to push one side. So I rebuke you. Get behind me. You do the works of your father, the devil. That's not what we're doing in here. You're not making any sense. You're just pushing one side. You sound like a Democrat or a Republican or a Trump supporter or a Biden supporter. I don't support none of them. Goodbye, Joe. So anyways, I'm not a Christian there, Jay. He's a puke, his vomit. He's vile to me. If you'd study the word, he said, if you're lukewarm, I'll vomit you from my mouth. I'm not a Christian. Get it out of your head. This ain't some religious channel. Be gone with you. Go. This ain't for you then. This is the aletheia. Calling him a puke because he's spitting vile, just one side. That's not, I don't support none of this crap. So you can say one more thing and I'll do the same thing with you. He told me I don't have to keep company with vipers. I don't have to cast my pearls before swine. Christ, that's the anointed. I believe in the I am, the great I am. I'm not a Christian. I'm not any religion. Don't put a label on me. Next thing you try to tell me I'm an alien, fallen, some kind of spaceship and that some kind of sons of God came into the women of men and created men of renown. There's all some kind of alien. You're ignorant. Your ignorance is not going to get you anywhere in this chat. So you want to stand up and say something worth value, try. You can. I'm not going to take anything that's not, but if not, be done with you. I don't have to keep company with vipers. He told me I do not have to cast my pearls before swine. Be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. So stop with your lollipop nonsense. It's a difficult path that leads to eternal life. It's a narrowing of self. Idolatry. Let's get back to the lesson, guys. Idolatry. Latria. Idol. To see what you see. To serve yourself. Idolatry. So nobody's mad. You wouldn't know passion. That's not mad. See, that's the problem with this world, guys. People like Indy here. I'm calling you out, Indy. You would know passion from anger, man. That's the problem with you. That's why you're probably a bootlicker. And if you live in America, I just called you a bootlicker, and you'll give the cop. You fear that cop dumping clips in you more than you follow in the fourth, which is your constitutional right to travel freely. God, a natural or organic law, but you fear cops with guns more than you fear. You live by the sword. You die by the sword. So you got it wrong. You wouldn't know passion from anger. You just give the cop your license. You don't have, you just shut up. And that's all you're trying to do is stop. You don't like the truth. It's not an easy path that leads to we're supposed to be hated by the world, not loved by the world. You just fall in under probably another gospel and another Jesus. You're just another one of those paper cutouts spitting just one-sided, it's God is on vacation. We're on. Okay, goodbye. So anyways, narrowing yourself down, but yet saying you sound angry. See, once again, look at Vincent. Wouldn't know the difference between anger and passion. This is a passion for the word, Vincent. I'm sorry you're deceived. Goodbye. Nobody's angry, guys. I'm so on fire today. Well, I can't get back to my taquitos are finally done, guys. Cooking on the wood stove out here in the cabin. I came on here to try to do a little work because all my stuff got dumped on my phone. Let me stop talking with food in my mouth. And it's kind of, there's a lot of research on this 10/24/24 title of it. I went to do an upload to do the live stream, and all of a sudden something clicked out, and everything in my phone was gone. I lost all my research. I've been putting a lot of research because I do it on here, and I don't always transfer it out to the other two phones that I have. I do everything old school. So I've been doing a lot of side work to the side. I do a lot of things. I'm a man of many hats, right? So I've been trying to add more. I told you I didn't even upload that new work that I added. I showed you guys many times on the stream on my cap cut. Now it's all gone. All that So it is what it is. I'm going to move on from it and just say, look at the videos, because the videos are still up. So, you know, my work is there. I just couldn't keep adding more evidence. It's just evidence. And I'm not trying to convince or change anybody. I'm trying to pile on evidence, not an opinion. So the videos are up. It's the title, the video. It's a 3-minute and 33-second video. I really wish I could have added more to it. And it is what it is. I did all that work for nothing and lost all my other, but between the evidence that I have and the Adapt 2030 video, I don't care about dropping anymore. So it's a blessing for me. I'm going to take this as a blessing, and it take a big hit because I had a lot of other material that I've been researching and whatever for myself and things on here too. So I'm going to stick with that. And no matter what, I tried to come in here and start talking a little bit about what was going on, you know, with around here, because I got a constant, you know, trade on this arc and this, you know, we're 190 some days, you know. Give me a second. The 10/24/24. Has anybody watched the video? Put 10/24/24 in the chat if you've watched the title shift video, the 3-minute and 30-second video. Give me a minute. I'm going to take a bite to eat here. David has a video on Adapt 2030 where he goes back, and he's still out of the country right now, guys, and went to go chase this event of the 4 large gas giants that form a square, the Jovian planets. Yeah, thank you. He does an amazing, if you look at the title video, you'd be like, wow, that's plausible. We're not 100% for sure, but I'm telling you what, I'm 99% sure now. You know, with David's video, Adapt 2030. I apologize, call him Dave, and just watched him since he came up. He's a coffee farmer who started a video going over the solar minimum, guys, the cycles, and he paid attention, and now he's left the country to go find this tidal event. We have cities sitting under, you know, buildings and statues and staircase, you know, under between 150 to 400 feet off continents around, you know, in different locations off continents on this earth. And so this last cycle, the water came up, and this cycle, it's going to go down, but it's got to come up onto the land, just like Nebuchadnezzar plowed salt into the land. It's feeling very hados. You know, it's like God's going to do it. He did it with Nebuchadnezzar last time. This time he's going to do it when it says the seas, the nations will be in perplexity. The seas and the waves will be roaring. The heaven and the earth will be shaken. The earth cannot be moved from its foundation, but it can be shaken. So I see birthing pains, sorrows, and that's what he led me to already put out, which David is not talking about. David is not talking about this overlay map that's on this thing about this western portion of the United States being overtaken by the government, matching where this water overlay, obviously the government has gotten onto the same program and done the overlay map. Is I've shown you the mean map of these events that happen, raise and lower, raise and lower, raise and lower, raise, you know, on a cycle. David left and found it though. That's been going on for quite some time, wannabe. People have been hearing that for more than a decade. And if you're hearing it again, in my personal belief, wannabe, it's Mr. Musk down there with his boring machines below your feet. I hope that makes sense. So again, brothers and sisters, you know, be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the heavens. The heathen, don't be heathen, don't be a pagan, don't be dismayed. I'm not causing you to try to cause you to have any fear, or God is in control here, but you can look at the cycles of past and see what happened. And that's all I'm telling you. Is the cycles of past and showing you how they align. I'm not a prophet. I'm not even claiming any of that nonsense. I'm just doing the overlay for you. And that's what I presented you with my evidence. So I don't care about what I say. I've seen some of these comments and people, he won't explain it. Go look at the evidence. I don't want to say anything. Let the evidence speak for itself. I make some comments in the videos that I made, but just look at what I'm saying. Take the evidence. I don't care what I say. Look, I'm a prior police officer. I've been in front of a lot of judges in my day. I represented myself in court trying to battle my son's mom for custody of him because he was in a dangerous situation. I know what judges look for. I know what evidence is. So I presented what I would present into a court of law. If I was brought up on trial right now because the federal government got all pissed off because me and David are the only people doing this, and that's why I think something happened to my phone this morning because it got zapped. I mean, everything out of my SD card. I don't know how they do this, but I've had it done multiple times, and it's normally over this same thing. I already showed you on other streams that I've lost all my evidence before of this same event, which I've been researching for nearly 30 years. It's not something I just got on. This is something I've been spending, my near whole adult life's work on, So there must be a reason why David and I are the only people doing this. God does not want, he's already shown me, Tracy. I don't want most people. It says, I'm going to come. These events, most of these events, not him. He's not come. I'm not talking about that yet. Let's reel that backwards. Will come like a thief in the night. He has a boring company wannabe, and he has a machine that literally turns the earth into glass using, like the mushroom cloud, pucular. I don't want to say that word, but that technology, it's a boring machine that takes all that, what's in front of it, and it turns it into a seal, a literal tube sealed from, inside out, watertight glass, like glass. So let me eat a little bit here. Just 1 second, guys, and all. But it all lines up to me, Come on now. This event that's coming. Think about it. If water was to come up on the land and you had a machine that you can go bore a tunnel that's watertight from below and seal the tops with a dome, that water could not get in. You could ride out this celestial event that is going to happen. It talks about hailstones, the weight of a talent. It talks about men's skin blistering and burning on their bones, boils in the sun, okay? People will get away from the sun. They always have. That's why there are massive caverns and cities, massive underground cities from way before in times in history. The easiest, a lot of it too, there's a massive amount of chasms, subterranean earth that people never talk about or even think about, because if you can't see it, what you can't see won't kill you, right? Yeah, it's easier to build an underground castle, bore it out, than it would to build something above the ground, correct? Does that make sense? Think about all this military, I'm not sure, wannabe, because I know there's the waters below and the waters above. So I know in this valley where I'm at, there's water at 40, 50 feet in a lot of locations. So you ain't gonna go down no miles. Maybe if you go past that, through that, bore that, there's ways, obviously. That's why it glasses in and glasses over, So, and this has been done since the 80s. They've had that technology and been using taxpayers' money to do that. So there's been links of, I don't know, this ain't no theory. This is a matter of fact. There is a lot of underground earth. People forget. Again, think about all the wars that have been fought. Massive amount of tunnel systems. How many times have we come into the cycle of something comes from above, and whether, again, not water, I told you why they're doing here, but from the sun. You won't be able to go outside because it'll cook you like a microwave from the inside out. Yeah, so there's a lot of other things. Yep, those hadron colliders with the magnetics too, spinning that magnetics, and there's a lot going on, guys. So again, you know, this is just another, what's going on? Why are they doing this? Because we're coming into a cycle we haven't seen since the time of Christ. How about that? Does that get your attention? I don't do religion. Don't call me no Christian or no nothing. This is the same celestial alignment that happened when the temple was destroyed. You know, this was the alignment, you know. Well, that's why I'm saying they've done this since the beginning of time, wannabe. You know, I'm saying they're getting ready and they're putting it softly in your face. Mark Zuckerberg builds a Hawaiian under tropical, you know, you know, do some more research on that. Find the person who's building that structure. Go do some more homework too. There's a lot of deception out there, brothers and sisters. A lot of deception behind subterranean, you know, chasms, if you will. Everything you see one of those triangles above the earth, remember, there's something underneath that. Okay, it's not always what it as is above, so is below. So, anyways, most people will not get ready for this, guys, and that's because God has shown me too. I said that these things will come and catch them unaware. They will be a foolish virgin. They'll either be getting ready at the last second when they should have been getting ready before and going to the store and buying oil when that door slams face in their, you know, shut in their face. And they won't be going loins girded in my service when I return. You understand? In that direction, correct? Loins girded in my service, lamps trimmed back, but burning bright with extra oil, right? Not some stupid religion. So, most won't see it. He don't want them to. He said it'll be as in the days of Noah. They'll be drinking, just like at the time of Noah. Nobody expected flood to come. Nobody. They scoffed Noah. It hadn't even rained on this earth. For decades, they called that old man a crazy old man. Look at him building this big old boat, and it ain't even rained on this earth. Imagine the scoffing for decades. You think you had it bad because you've been a conspiracy theorist for 10 or 20 or 30. He 126 years it took him to complete that ark. And he didn't listen to the world at all. He shut the world out. He told the world STFU. Pretty much, right? Let's take a pause for Noah for being, you know, that silence that he, you know, God must have gave him some silence for the world in his head so we could still all be here today. Hallelujah to Noah. Oh, thank you, Father, for Noah. If we wouldn't have listened, none of us would be here. What a wise man Noah was to not listen to all the scoffers. Crazy old man building this boat out there, conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat wearing, and then he listened to God, didn't he? Hallelujah. I gotta take another moment of silence. It's so beautiful to think we wouldn't even be here if God didn't speak out to Noah's head and his loins, so he'd be girded and doing what he was told to do, building that ark. I hope God has you building the vessel. I think it's his diet, Squirrel. I think it was their diet. It was very important what they ate back then. Remember, they didn't eat taquitos. I can't imagine what's in this meat. Sure tastes good. Meat flavored poison. Yummy. But I think it'd have everything to do with energy at that time, frequency coming from our sun. My bad. I've been eating taquitos, burritos. And I got a taco video on my channel yesterday. I had some tacos. I made up through some pretty good street tacos there. Double shell, you know, corn tortillas with chuck eye steak. All even better than carne asada. This is chuck eye. So, some aguacate. A little parm cheese. I like a little bit. Just like, not like, I don't have any cotija cheese, but man, they were I am addicted. I only eat tacos on days that end in Y. Man, I'm telling you, tacos is one of the most distracting words on the planet. I can go to a football stadium, the lights could go out and I can come back on, and all the lights come back on, everybody be quiet. I can go up to the microphone and go, tacos. Yeah. I don't know anybody who doesn't love tacos. Right? I only eat tacos on days that end in Y. I said that. When the crowd goes wild, they start doing the wave, taco wave and everything, right? You see what I'm saying? Tacos is I've done this since web TV. You guys remember web TV where you can go into a chat room? The first kind of introduction to chat, a chat room, web TV. I mean, there was on the internet, but there was a way to, man, I used to go in and forever, guys, I'm telling you, if you get a room that's getting out of control, I should do that one time. When things are getting low, I should watch the chat when we get going pretty good. And I get some 300 or 400 or 500 people going into this stream sometimes if I late night, early morning stream, all the way into the morning hours. I get, but I should do that. You could totally interrupt a chat room. I've proven this so many times since time and millennia. It seems that you can interrupt a whole chat room with one word, and the word is tacos. And people just forget about, I haven't forgotten about the lesson, guys, but I'm telling you, taquitos, tacos, roll, anything they meat in a corn tortilla, basically, I like Hispanic food. See, rolled taco, meat wrapped in a taco burrito, leave it a little bit open taco, roll it out flat, put the same ingredients on top, tostada. I've been hooked on these things for a minute. So, oh yeah, I've been making a lot of tostadas too, black bean too. A lot of times I make things from scratch though. Very few things out of a box. Maybe one day I'll be blessed with some people who have their head not up their fourth point of contact. They say, F this world, I'm tired of it. I want organic food and stop eating food out of boxes. I know I need a community of people to do that. And so if I could find a location where that could be done, I could hang around 3 or 4 or 5 people, man, I'd rather just eat food that we make, our own noodles, our own pasta, our own breads, all our own meat, our own cheeses, all of it, none of it. That's my dream. And maybe I will have my Jubilee. I don't think I'm going to get it this year. It could be, I could put right back into it, Isn't that cool though? Whack-Tony. That's, I think, it's genius. I love Hispanic people. They're smart people, man. They're hardworking and they don't waste too many things. If things get a little beyond, they just cook it a little longer, put a little more spices on there, and it's all right. Cook it a little longer. I don't know. I don't know if I could share that duty, General. I love to cook, man. When Yaya came out here, that young man that tried to come out here and see if he could make it, he just wasn't used to city. He didn't tell me he was a vegetarian. And he showed up and he was a vegetarian. I'm like, okay. Well, let's just talk from a survival standpoint to begin with. You eat whatever you want. I don't care. He's literally never eaten meat in his whole life. He's 20-something years old or something. But I said, that's going to be an issue later. I said, your brain requires fatty acid. I'm not saying you can't survive without this, guys, but I'm telling you, this is a reason, I think we've digressed. They used to fight over, kingdoms and princesses and kings and pieces of metal, gold and silver and generational, right? Now we fight over, pieces of paper, IOUs, and tennis shoes, right? I think we've degraded as society, but but I'm trying to be real here, but we have developed because of our ability to get these animal fats into our brain. And eventually, even if you just took it as like a supplement, it would help to keep that mental portion of your brain. You'd have to supplement a lot of, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying unless you're going to eat the bugs, but then you're going to eat the butt crack and everything that's in the poop chute and everything else ground up and eats the bugs. So careful if you have a shellfish allergy, you'll probably have a problem to eat the bugs too. But anyways, our body's a temple And these things that we've been putting in our body, for this time in our age, is because somebody had originally asked the question and try to bring this full circle and move on here with what I'm talking about. But I believe Noah lived for a long time because he didn't eat the crap that we eat today. And it'd be so nice to have a group of people, myself, to grow organically. And I've tried, and I'm not throwing myself out there like that ever again. And it's okay. I don't have any hard feelings. My dream is to have a community. God has not given that to me. He told me to get over it. Get over it, Tracy. Maybe one day I will. I've already had a homestead. I've already been off the grid 5-6 years. I make all my own power. I have at one time was a full function. I pulled the animals, the livestock back out. I don't have the livestock anymore, but this thing can overnight, and I'm going to get into what I'm talking about. I know. Thank you, brothers and sisters. I appreciate my community. You guys, you're a blessing to come in here and have these just talks and to be able to iron sharpens iron, the word, all these things. That you guys are a true blessing to my life. My problem is, is that I have too many blessings. I look around and just like a chipmunk, I'm never going to stop trying to get a nut, try to put up food for the winter. And I have an abundance is my problem, and I can't share. So it bothered me for a while. And the other day, I got like a little spit, like, I'm like, stop it, man. You just, you're fine. I've always been fine, happy, single, and not that it was the whole homestead dream. And it didn't even need a wife or anybody. I needed somebody here with me. You know what I'm saying? And I thought at this point in my life, after 10 years of trying to build a community, but I know what it is. It's because I'm keeping it very God restrained. I've had hundreds of people who've offered to come out here, but unless it feels right, with God, that I have not allowed that at all. And I'll admit that to you. I mean, I don't let in nobody in my life. I really don't. I'm kind of hard to sneak and get into my life. You got to be there with me to be part of my life. I have a bad habit. I don't keep up with nobody. It's my fault. I don't have one friend from high school I talk to. My family is, disowned me pretty much from the time I was born. So I'm definitely the black sheep. So I don't have blood. I don't have anybody I talk to like that. The only person I actually have any conversation in my life is my son. So I just don't have it, and that's okay. And I'm over it. And I thought that I could have it at one point in time with a community, and I didn't need a wife. It wasn't about that. So it wasn't about having a partner. It was about having somebody to hold that other end of the board. So I could hold your other end of the board when you needed help, just community, just you can't survive long-term and thrive unless it takes you and I to make community. I can't do it by myself. That's idolatry. And, I am, you know what I'm saying? I have a massive amount of survival training, guys. I could probably outlive most of you, even at my age, in a survival situation. Right now, could you eat out of a trash can? Is your body hardened to any kind of thing other than this modern, keep your hands washed, take a shower every day, all that? That's not good for your body, depleting your body oil. Not, it's just a lot of, going back to a more wholesome and organic lifestyle even hardened you. Being able to miss some meals and not freak out and turn into a total hangry animal. Not hungry, not angry, but hangry. After about 7 or 8 hours, they go from hungry to angry to hangry, where they're not thinking about with their head anymore. They're only thinking with their gut, So I don't know what your instincts are, but my instincts were always just to form a community because I knew that I needed that to thrive and have abundance. So I'm not mad at myself for feeling lonesome and I really beat up myself and beat on this channel a little bit and leaned on the channel a lot. I had a hip injury. I hurt myself, which I tried to prevent by having somebody on the other end of the board. Just tried everything I did in my power. For 10 years, I've tried to have somebody on the other end of the board, guys. And, it's just not been there like that. So it is what it is. That's why I continue to just do what it is that I do. And I'll move on and try to encourage people to do it in other locations because there are so many people who are doing it and successful. And you don't want to just survive, guys. A lot of us have done that our whole life. And I'm not talking about being rich or anything. Like I'm talking about, you ever grown one extra tomato plant, like one too many tomato plants, and you got more tomatoes than you can give away, it's called abundance, brothers and sisters. And that is formed with community. You can survive, but you cannot thrive. And that's what I want people to do. I want to see people thriving. I'd like to have it myself, and I am. I realize that I am. I am thriving. I am doing just fine. I'm just without, community. And so what? Oh, well, that doesn't mean I can't still be a light for others and encourage other people to do it. And God will provide the things that he wants in his time. So I'm okay with it. I'm learning. I've come out of it. And, we all come out. We all have down times. I'm trying to take it on the chin and admit that I was wrong. I shouldn't have leaned so hard on this channel, and just accepted the fact that, I had a lot of people here for me saying, hey, we're here for you, Tracy. You keep saying you're alone, but I can't imagine how many people had to hear that for the last 4 or 5 months. Oh, I'm alone. And you guys just been coming back to this channel. So I want to take it like a man and admit my wrongs. And my dad told me, don't run from your problems. And that's a problem for me. It hurts my heart to think that there were several of you here, not many that came over from TikTok, but the following over here that have been like, Trace, I'm here for you, dude. And I didn't want to hear you're not alone because God is with you and all that. I didn't, I know that. I understand that. He's with me inside, and he's all I talk to. I was whining at you guys. Oh, I talk to the dogs and God, and why could David have, 150 concubines and 150 wives? And here I try to serve him every day and have for, I can't even have one wife. What's wrong with me? Don't I at least deserve somebody, equally yoked? I mean, I'm not looking for perfection. I'm not perfect. I've got my own issues. I've got, but, can I have a woman just to tell me I'd love to hear, I love you. Boy, so honey, nice to see you this morning. Anything. God, this solitude is just torture. But I did it to myself, guys. That's what my son said. And God did it to me as well. He told me to so long ago to set myself apart, and you'll better thrive away from people and have a much better opportunity at community than trying to do it in the confines. Yeah, I know that, Regina. That's why I'm trying to keep this light going for others, so you guys know that you're not alone. And that's why I got to admit my wrongs, Regina, know that I made a mistake, because there are others out there like me. And I want to thank this channel for being a blessing. And come back here, guys. This is a place where there are people who are just like you, just like me. Many of us are in the same boat, and I don't make it like, why me? I don't deserve this. I try to tell myself that I don't deserve anything. I don't deserve anything. So I started questioning God, and that's why it made me feel guilty. And, so it's a battle, inside my head, because I want God to do it. I'm saying I want it to be pure and right and righteous and of God and equally yoked and all those things. I don't want to force anything, Again, I'd rather have no girlfriend, no wife. I don't want a girlfriend. I want a wife. I want to meet the last woman I'll ever be with for the rest of my life, or I'd just rather be single the rest of my life, and I'll have total happiness. And because I have the Lord, and he's my love of this life. And there really isn't, the dirt stuff doesn't, and you came from the dirt too. I came from the dirt. So we all came from the dirt. Everything we own, it's just dirt. So I can't overdo the dirt. It's just emotion. But you know what I'm saying? That's apostasy. There's no such thing as tarot reading. None of that's real. That's a heresy. But anyways, brothers and sisters, I'm focusing now because I've separated myself for so long. My son said, Dad, if you really look at this, you're the biggest problem here, because you're not social. You won't do anything but God. You've trimmed everything out of your life but God. That's all you do, Dad. If you look at it, that's all you do. You don't ever shut up about God. People run away from you in town. Yeah, that's right. You don't do anything but God. And so, of course, you're going to be like this. You've pushed away yourself from everybody. You won't contact anybody on social media like that and stay in touch. You're just, unless it's right there with you, so it's mostly my fault for setting myself apart, because I don't feel like many people are, we're less than 200 days of an event that I think that's going to rock this planet like it did 2,000 years ago. Nobody's preparing for it. Well, the elite are. Remember, they're building their shelters and they know what's happening. They know these cycles. But the world that I live in, the people, the flesh people, that just nobody's into this. And I'm not doing it for like, it's the end of the world. I don't think this is the end of the world event. I've said that very clear. Everybody came in and mocked me, and people like, no, this dude didn't say it was the end of the world. He said it was actually going to be a big nothing burger, and called out. So I appreciate you guys helping me through that April 8th event. A lot of people came in and gave me, cast a lot of shade on this channel. We even had the largest spinning ball camp channel on the internet, Mr. Ben, right? Mr. Bendover, Harley Davidson, right? Mr. Spinning Ball Camp, the largest, he put a pencil on a table and try to prove his, a fixed object when we're talking about moving objects in the celestial heaven. So his ignorance is bliss. He's shill suspicious. So when you get called out by the largest, spinning ball camp channel on the internet, and he's not talking about this celestial alignment, should lead you to something. And now I just had my whole phone zapped because of this celestial alignment and this information that I'm putting in. I have a little bit of it put to the side, but most of my research was on this phone. So I don't know anybody that wants to get ready for this and really truly wants to make it through this, not like escape their death, but, girded in his service, and anybody that lives that book of Revelation. And I'm not expecting anybody to be me. So actually you get tired of looking at yourself in the mirror all day, having opposite kind of, that rounds two people out actually. So I wouldn't want to sit there and look at myself all day in the mirror. It gets a little boring, right? So you need a little, one complements the other type of deal. But anyways, brothers, sisters, this is something that I don't know anybody that's getting truly ready for this other than the people who have a lot of money and they're rich. And then people who are privileged to information. And so it's disheartening knowing that I might be right about this event. And that means that a lot of people are about to perish on this earth, potentially before the end of this year, a lot. And that's not something that I'm in control of. And I don't want that to happen. And so, but I've shown you the evidence of the cycles. Adapt 2030, he's still out of the country, has hit this home for me, and I'm not even concerned about it anymore. I just really need to focus on, that's what I'm saying. I'm glad this happened today because it tells me, and it reminds me that I have 193 days until this event. And I want to make it through this event onto the other side and see, us come out of this gas giant alignment and to see, I hope I'm wrong and this tidal event doesn't happen, but I don't see it because it didn't happen last time in 79 AD, that this has got to be the cycle, because this time we go into this alignment again and our magnetosphere is weakened. The United States Navy came out and said the magnetosphere is weakened by 40%. That means we only have 60% of our magnetic protection from that solar wind, the coronal mass ejections. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry, you are for sure wrong again. Okay, Andrew, you don't even know anything what I'm talking about. Be done with you. Get behind me, Satan. So look at the evidence that I have, and it's, like I said, well, I'd have to go on with my life, correct? What I'm saying? And there's a chance that, again, that I've said that, guess what? One thing that I'll tell you, fancy old pants, you will get affected by weather, and every single one of you on this earth will be affected by the 10-24-24 celestial gas giant alignment, because look what happened in 79 AD when we were in this same alignment and we had 100% protection. We went into a minor extinction type, cataclysmic event last time. So I'll be right about the weather. I might not be right about the tide. So it's no big deal. I already talked about my son. I was more concerned what will happen if I'm right than truly if I'm wrong. Fancy old pants, because guess what? You can't control the stars. And if you look at the evidence, you'll see quite obvious that something is going to cause, a change in the magnetism on this. And I'm not even talking about our magnetosphere, which is weakened by 40%. That means we only have 60%. So plan on getting rocked by weather, irregardless of the tide. So I will not get that wrong. It's already starting to happen. The earth is already started. I don't want to be right about this. I don't want to be right. Have you seen the overlay maps? Have you looked out where the water makes it all the way up to the Rockies? It's done it before. There's literal buildings and statues and massive structures sitting off our coastlines 400 feet, covered in the ocean right now. Because the last time, obviously not back in 79 AD, but it must have been the time prior when this happens on a cycle. It's a cycle. It's not, it happens again and again. That's all I'm trying to tell you. This happened 200 or 2000 plus years, and we're going into the same cycle. This is not a prediction. There's no predicting anything. And I find it extremely alarming. No, I don't. It makes 100% sense. They're not going to tell the public this is about to happen. The public would go in absolute panic mode if this happened. People would quit their jobs if they knew there were less than 200 days from potentially a third of this earth perishing, because the water will wash up on. Look at the videos that I've done, not just here in America, all the continents. This will be a tidal shift, continental tidal shift. All tides will shift all over this, not third rock from the sun, spinning ball camp, but whatever. It would, from here, where we're at, the earth cannot be moved from its foundation. It can be shaken. Birthing pains. It's obvious. Again, I put out, yes, I don't know if I have that now. Let's see if I still have that. Oh, crap, guys. I lost a lot of information today. Oh, man. Oh, well, I have to focus on the shelter, guys. This is what he told me. I can't not stop going on here. Because I want to keep giving you guys as much information. But again, I know this is a little bit blurry. No, the world's not ending. Stop your stupidity. I don't want to hear about that nonsense. Don't come in here with no stupid fear, idiocracy, please. This is where they just had this event on the April 8th. This is the eclipse. There are people who are getting sick. I encourage you to go see BP Earthwatch. BP, like British Petroleum, like that, BP Earthwatch, and watch his video on people who are standing on this line, are getting sick. But I was concerned because it goes from ocean to ocean, and that this would block people from coming over here where the water is made up to the Rockies. See why they put all that equipment on this line right here? Because if the water comes up like birthing pains, like sorrows, I imagine that it'll first inundate Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, up in here in New York, that what is it, the $50 bill with the wall of water, the moving of the capital over to under the Denver International Airport, from Washington, D.C. A lot of this stuff has been put in play for a long time. You understand? And so I think what happened here, guys, is why they did all these school closures, states of emergencies, is, again, they dropped a bunch of equipment. I'm a military veteran. It's called 5D chess. Look at all that's dropped there that's still sitting there, and nobody's going to say anything about it. I am the only one channel on the internet that is talking about this right now, and give all glory to the Father. If you want to give me a Cash App donation, there's Cash App description, and I got a PayPal. I got 30 plus years, and I just lost all my research again on this. And I put thousands, hundreds and thousands of hours in on this. So not required, but you're getting something that nobody else is talking about. That, hey, how about that for some value in your life? Maybe you might want to come over here to the West Coast before that water makes it up that far. Gee, I hope I'm wrong. Gee, I hope I'm wrong. No, I hope I'm right so I can get it right. Ha, everybody. See, I told you. Ha, you all drowned, you stupid idiots. You didn't listen to me. That's not what it's. No, I don't want this to happen at all. I don't want this to happen. But when I see all these X stand on the X again, they stood on the X. It's all a lead up to these events, brothers and sisters. I lost a bunch of stuff, so I just look for more stuff. It's all, a lot of my stuff is gone, guys. So, so this isn't an end of the world event, guys. Notice that all that water makes it up to the Rockies. This is a cycle of past. Look at where the population density lies. This is the population density in America. This is taken from satellite imagery. You can see this at night, where all the lights are on at night. So obviously they have most of the population over here on the East Coast. So that's not what we're talking about here, Jonathan Neal. If you start talking about something stupid and ignorant in here, this is not what this is a cycle. If you want to be ignorant and spew some stupid vomit tsunami in here, you will be expelled from here. Trust me, very quick. Okay, you're an idiot. You don't want anybody to get ready. You want them to be a foolish virgin. I rebuke you. So anyways, don't listen to people who, again, brothers and sisters, you can do what you want with this information. People like him won't do anything about it. You don't even need to do anything. Stay there, and I hope I'm wrong, and I'll be the guy that was wrong. I hope that's what happens to me. I hope to God that's what happens to me. But I don't think in my studies now for 30 years, everything I keep putting in and overlaying this, if you'll go look at the videos, look at the evidence that I have presented, not some, guess, we are in the 6th extinction event. We are in the 6th extinction event. Most people, I bet you that person in here didn't even know that. We're in the age of Aquarius. 99% of the world doesn't know that. 99% of the world worships a Christmas, pagan, Nimrod, Satan, orgy, Jesus, the other Jesus. 99% of the world worships another Jesus. I do not care. The world is not going to end. Well, if the world doesn't end on 10/24/24. See, you got it wrong, wannabe. I can't even believe I've let you stay in here this long now, because I've seen you in here for a minute. I've never said this is a world-ending event, you ignorant puke. You've been in here for a minute. I cannot believe I've cast my pearls in front of you. Be gone with you. Come back when you don't have that stupid attitude that you have. You've sat here and I've told you this is not a world-ending event. We have years from this happening. The end. So maybe I give you one more chance to come clean. Take it like on the chin, like a man, or I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but you're a wannabe. So prove you're not. Show me that you're not sitting here going to pull this stupid puke venom, vomit tsunamis, and spray them out here in waves that I'm warning people of a cycle. Not if the world's going to come to, and I never said the world is going to end. Don't push that crap. They do this every single time. I have people come into my live afterwards say, hey, you said the world was going to end on April 8th. So you're pushing almost the same thing. So thank you. Just listen. I'm telling you, I'm not saying the world's going to end. We have years until I think we reach like an ending point of this current everything. This we have to get through. This is all I'm trying to do is help people through this event. If it happens, but I do believe personally, because I'm a prior police officer, reconstructionist, traffic reconstructionist, certified in reconstruction, my brain can reconstruct this without the nonsense and the political and the religious. It's fact. It's evidence. Look at my facts. This is going to happen. You're going to get rocked. You are going to be affected by weather, whether you like it or not, and I don't care if you get ready or not. That's not up for me to do. That's up to you if he calls out to you to do something. Kind of like he called out to Noah to not listen to the world. That's why I'm on here. Some people call me Noah. I had one of my viewers give me a silver coin because they know I have an ark out here. I've been building my own ark, my celestial ark, where I can archive the word of God when this event happens. But I was given this Noah coin because they know I dug by hand 50 feet. 10 by 10 by 50 feet for 4 years. No, I didn't say it was the end of the USA. I said the system itself was a foreshadowing, J-Rock. It was a foreshadowing of what was to come of the USA. Shadows on the ground. You are 100% wrong, J-Rock. Go back and rewatch the videos. Don't have selecting hearing. I said it's foreshadow. Like Jonah. Once again, everything like Jonah foreshadowed of the 40 days to come. You forwarded it. You pervert. Or you're not a pervert, but you perverted what I said. You forwarded it. That's what Christ said. You forwarding what I said. So J-Jock just forwarded what I said. I said it was a foreshadowing of what is to come with the United States of America. See, you're wrong, huh? That's not what I said ever, did I? Nope, never said anything would happen that day. I said it'd be a big nothing burger. Once again, people like J-Rock just selectively pick, guys. This is the problem, because now this person's going to go around and spew that venom to somebody else. It's sad. It's a sad, sad world. Well, nobody will actually, that's see what I'm asking you to do is to look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. The shadow on the ground, not your opinion. It's not about what I say. It's about the evidence that I'm showing you. So bye, J-Rock. You do the works of your father, the devil, spewing lies, because I never said that. So I said it could happen that day, but I didn't believe it would, because I believed it was a big nothing burger and it was a foreshadow of what's to come. So J-Rock just got bounced out of here because he's an idiot. Don't be an idiot in here, please, guys. Once again, I had people who had my back, who were there during all these live streams, because I did hundreds of hours on this event. I decoded the April 8th better than any channel on this internet, if you ask my opinion. There, I just gave you my opinion. Go look at my videos and go look at the facts. I brought up things that people still, nobody, not a one single internet channel right now on this earth is telling you that this event that they pulled was to put all this stuff on the line for this April 8th event, was to get everything ready for the 10-24-24 event. Who else is telling you that? Not even Adapt 2030, because he's the only other person that's talking about the 10-24-24 event. So don't spit ignorance in here, please. You know, the evidence is there. Look at what I have and then back it up yourself. It's called discernment. It says, believe no man. Look at the evidence. Go find the bed. There's link. I'm not hiding anything. Everything I've been researching that I just lost isn't anything that you couldn't have found yourself. I actually have to do a lot of this the hard way. I can't even get on the dark web anymore because of my restriction of having just phones and not, the access that I had. Anyways, I don't need. This is all information you can get. And find these programs for the overlay map for the cycle of the water overlay coming up and down 400 feet. This is all public information. I'm not going into some secret member on the dark web. I'm not doing that. I did that decades ago. That's why I constantly lose a lot of this information. So proving that the governments are completely aware of this, I have shown you overlay maps of how this, government has come in and moved into the West Coast and taken over all this land over here on the west side of the United States, and it matches the same exact. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have so much information that's gone. I can't. What am I going to do now? Whatever. This is what 10-24-24 looks like, guys. This is the alignment that I'm telling you. We're going to get pinned in between these gas giants. And I don't care about the shape of the earth. It doesn't matter. Heliocentric, geocentric, it's not going to change what happens on this earth. We're going to get pinched in between this magnetism. This is a magnetism event that I'm telling you about, not some end of the world event. Stop being a child. Go over there and see Jesse at BP Earthwatch. He has a video out right now that there was many people who were standing on this line where they put all this equipment and had all these states of emergency and school closures, everything for the 10-24-24 event. Again, in my opinion, getting ready for where the water washes up all the way over here. You see that white? That's how far. That's the Rockies, as I showed you again. That's how far the water makes it up and has made it up higher and gone lower in cycles past. So it's a cycle. It's not some kind of, you're not going to get away from this. Oh, what if this doesn't happen, Tracy? What are you going to do then? Get out of here. You're just being foolish. This is going to happen. This is a cycle. A cycle. Just like this is a cycle. This is a cycle of all the cycle, potentially civilization ending catastrophic events of the last 150,000 years and previous great year. Not psycho. Everybody, you're psycho. Take some pills. Get some meds. Cycle. See that? Potentially. Civilization ending. Catastrophic events of the last 150,000 years or previous great year cycles. So here is every cataclysmic event. Civilization ending. Extinction event that has happened on this earth. See how all these happen on the line? Not in the yellow, not in the gray, not in the yellow, but on the exact line. Look at that. What do you know? It's like they can predict these things thousands of years in advance. Well, guess what? On 12/21/2020, we entered the 6th extinction event right on this line. I've done a video on this. It's a 58-second video. Go watch it. Maybe it's a minute one. I can't remember which one or the other. On the same exact, where we came in to the age of Aquarius, when we came on to the 6th extinction event, the 12,000-year cycle. 6,000 years was the Noah cycle. 6,000 years ago, the half cycle. We're 12,000 years now in the 12,000-year cycle. Every one of these events happens on the line. Extinction events happens. Notice no extinction events in the gray, none in the yellow, but only on the line, YouTube, only on the line. Gee, it's like they know it's going to happen thousands of years in advance. So stop playing silly little games. They know exactly what's happening, and I've shown you we've came in this. This is not a guess. We are in the extinction event. These celestial heavens will line up just like they did again. This is part of this extinction cycle. Notice every one of these has a date and a time on when it happened on this earth and the event. Gee, see, this isn't politics. This isn't religious nonsense. This is a cycle, and you better pull your head out of your fourth point of contact. These people know of this. And that's why they're getting ready. Because, see, we've already entered the 6th extinction event. And extinctions doesn't mean that everything dies. Species die down, not off. Why is everything still here, like rabbits and lions and tigers and bears, oh my, and giraffes and pumpkins and potatoes and cucumbers and squash and pineapples and avocados and gee, oh my gosh, we're here still too. Stop thinking extinction's the end of the world. Stop thinking apocalypse means Armageddon. You're just an idiot. But I'll help unfurl your perversion of your words. You need to define the words and stop making things sensational and acting like everything is the end of the world, YouTube. Never predicted the end of the world on April 8th. I don't predict the end of the world. I'm not predicting the end of the world. God, only He, the Most High. Not the angels, not the Son, knows when that 7th seal, that 7th trumpet, that last trumpet in the series of trumps, the final trump, and the 7th seal will roll back in the sky. The 7th seal will roll back like a scroll. And then the final trump will sound. But only the Most High knows that day. Nope. Not the Son, not the angels, no man. But remember, through his apostle Paul said, you'll see the day approaching. You will see it coming, though. You might not know the exact day or the hour, but you will see it approaching. So I'm not saying that it's days, weeks, or even years away at this point. I think we have years, multiple years to go before the end of the world as we know it. No, the end of the world as we know it already started back in 2020, and we entered into the age of Aquarius, and you're surrounded by a bunch of idiots. Idiotas. People that are unlearned, ignorant people. They don't know. They're living still in the age of deception. So be blessed. If you do know and you have an understanding that you're in Aquarius, that you've already moved into this age, out of the age of deception that was put over by the church for over 2,600 plus thousand years, that you're in this new era. And these people are just paper cutouts at a COVID football game during the Bung Julio virus. Remember, paper cutouts, very one-sided, you know. So anyways, we're going to make it through it. That's what extinctions are. They die down, and others will what they call evolve, meaning that they're going to flourish because there's other species died, not like growing another thumb. Oh, look, I got a kickstand. Evolution, check it out. I could just lean over here. It's so cool. Actually, I grew a thing from my phone. It just points. I could just look my new phone attachment. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. Things evolved in the military. We called it adapt and overcome. So species will flourish as other species. So, but it will all equate eventually. But stop thinking that something extinction means that everything's going to die. Okay. Don't be sensational. Don't come in here and spit some stupid ignorance. We'll get you unfrowered and unperverted like that, or you're out of here. I don't want to sit there. Many of us are getting ready for this and have already for decades, and we are going to be maybe one of those people who actually flourish while others die down. Might not be one of the ones that could die. Oh, you might be one that died down, huh? Most people probably obviously will, but that's not up for me to decide. So most people are not going to even understand this or even take the time to do anything about it. You've just been privileged to the information like the elite. Normally they're privileged, right? They're privileged, born with a silver spoon in their mouth to the information. That's why they know ahead of time. So, I don't know exactly, Rashawn. I think it would be in cycles. Wannabe, have you gone and seen Adapt 2030's video on the 4 large gas giants in the title event? I want to ask everybody right now. You can put Adapt 2030 yes or just no. Guys, please, it's worth every one of you to watch this video. And it's not a 30-second video. It's a 30 or 40-minute video. But take some time today. If you don't, please don't ever come in this channel again. I don't want nothing to do with you. Please leave. I just don't really want to deal with anybody right now that's not watching this. You know what I'm saying? I want you to go look at what he has put his evidence for on this title event and researched. He left the country. I appreciate it. It'll be worth your time. I promise it'll be worth your time. I would not leave you, whatever. Honestly, I guarantee you, if you don't have the attention span of a fly, you know what I'm saying? It's very eye-opening to see that this cycle is something that has happened in the past, and that it is these 4 large gas giants that form this square that does affect the tides. It is the connection. I put other evidence and shown you magnetics, the 4 large gas, some of the mechanics, the block domain wall. I've shown you how they've bought out all this, and taken over all this information on the way. David Devine does not have it, Adapt 2030 information. He's not telling you about, he knows about this, but he's never put this on his phone. He's never had this on his phone. Okay, so this is an event that is going to happen. These 4 large gas giants lined up in this outer solar system, forming this square over 2,000 years ago at the time of Christ. You're not going to stop this. And you guys think about how genuinely blessed you are to come into this information. If this is the correct tidal event that happens, and you have now got ahead of this, not better than anybody or rise above anybody. Careful of pride, brothers, sisters, but you've got this information now, and you might be able to do something about this before this becomes a big problem for most people. And I do think it will catch most people unaware. This isn't the end of the world. This is the tidal event that, again, I believe that if it doesn't happen in 5, or 10, 24, 24, we're going to come out of that alignment. It's not like we're stuck in that forever, guys. But we do get pinned in between the magnetism. We're going to get rocked. The last time in 79 AD, we had this same alignment. This Earth was in a minor cataclysmic extinction event. Vesuvius went off. Pompeii was covered in ashes. The volcanism was increased from the pounding of all the proton extra energy that had bombarded this Earth. Our magnetic protection was at 100. The field strength of the magnetosphere was 100%. We had 100% protection. It's like we had full armor on, just thick, no, it wasn't worn down. Now it's worn down by 40%. Fancy, I don't think God wants people to know. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think I just got my phone zapped this morning, man, because I've had this happen. When I put this research on my phone, I've done a ton of other information. I've put out so much other information and I lose it all. But this is the one that when I've put this information out long before this time about this overtaking of all this land on the West Coast, and showing that I discovered this as a child, because I came, not, but, you know, when I was 17, 16, 15, I used to come up here to Oregon where I was at. And there was obviously in the Sierra Nevadas and down through, you know, I've been in the hills of the, you know, the Los Angeles forest, and my grandpa had, you know, property up there. I used to travel up and down. I grew up in the concrete jungle. I was born in the city of angels, the city of messengers. I wonder why I do what I do, but now, you know, the concrete jungle. But once I got out into the city, I never wanted to go back to the concrete ever again. I wanted the trees. I wanted out. I was like, whoa, that's where it's at. It's not in the city. So I spent all my time in the woods and four-wheel driving and hanging out and doing stupid things in the woods that you do. But I used to be able to travel all the way from almost Washington, you know, up the Columbia Gorge, all the way down, you know, through those mountain ranges and all that. And now it's all gated and everything is shut off. And so I knew something was up way back when I started researching this event and constructing that something was going on over here in the West Coast, and that there was a massive constraint to take over all this land and make it to where you couldn't get access to these areas. And so again, you know, I was 15, 16 years old when I started noticing things. But what do you mean you got 30 years in research? I got 30 plus years research into this. I started noticing things way ahead of people, guys. I take and put together. I used to listen to 99% of people's bull crap to take one little thing from them, guys, when I had a lot more tolerance. I did. I would listen to somebody for a long time if I could just get one little piece of information, because I know I might not get that in another year, 2, 3, 5 years. I'm a reconstructionist. I don't need 500 pieces of a puzzle to put together to see the big picture. Some people need 300 to see it. Some people need 2. Some people need, I don't need but 10 or 12 pieces. My body, my mind, my training can reconstruct and fill in the blanks. We all have a different mind. I didn't ask for this mind. This is what God made me to be, this stupid veteran idiot to join the military as a child, 17 years old, thinking I can save the world, have a voice, all this, you know, whatever. Didn't turn out like I thought it would, you know, whatever. Now I weigh this heavy on being a police officer, all the tyranny, putting people in jail for victimless crimes. It weighs heavy on my heart, but it made me who I am now, so that I can reconstruct and see these things. Because again, I used to listen to people's just crap for 99% to get that one little thing. And I always pictured in my head, it's like a Crown Royal bag with that little yellow thing. I don't drink, but you pull that open and throw that one little piece in there. I'm like, thank you, gone, out of here. I listen to your crap. I don't care what you said. And I just sit there and I listen to it. I ain't gonna listen to 1% of any of your crap to give me 99% of good anymore, man. I don't want to hear it. I got the cheat codes. It's called the New Testament, okay? That's it. That's my cheat code right there. And the Simpsons have never let me down. It's part of the decode, brother, sister. I have other people that do similar things that I do, and that's what I've done here. It's cipher. I'm deciphering. They speak in codes. They're doing things. They know about these alignments. They're not telling people. This is the tree of life, brothers and sisters. This is the tree of life. Yeah, don't you watch The Simpsons? They've never let me down. I'm sure they've done this event. Somebody came and told me that there's something that I've been talking about, that Tracy, there's something they did like this. I'm like, yep, I'm sure they did. I don't watch The Simpsons. I watch people who decode it. So they always predict these things in these, it's called predictive programming, visual voodoo, verbal and digital voodoo now. You know, lies to your eyes. You grew up being channeled and schooled, so you go along with the narrative. Now it's programmed or whatever, but change the program. I'm that old, right? Oh, wait, hold on. So anyways, we're coming back into this cycle, brothers and sisters. This is not anything you can run from. You can't run from the stars. You can't run from this cycle. And so, unfortunately, I think David's video at Adapt 2030 nailed it home for me. I don't need anything else. He has had paintings from 100 and thousands of years ago that show these 4 large gas giants forming a square and affecting our tides. Is it programming or tell the truth? No, I don't think it's tell the truth. I think it's tell lie vision. Candy, tell lie vision. Tell lies. to your eyes in the skies with digital and visual voodoo, correct? Soon coming to a sky near you. Don't worry, they got domes to protect you. Millimeter domes, 15-minute cities. Get in your city. You can check in, but you can never leave. Hotel California. Sanctuary, if you will. City. It's 15-minute. Interface coming soon to a face near you. Cutting off the web. Your net will be cut, and then it will be interlinked into your face. What if 4 or 5 dots just showed up in your vision out of nowhere? Would you be freaked out? Maybe they could soft program you with 1 dot. Interface. Yeah, you won't need the web anymore. It will interface. You see where they're going? Mr. Link, Mr. Star, Mr. Patent 060606, Mr. Gates. It's all linked, isn't it? Like a shield, like a web, like a wave, like a millimeter wave, isn't it? Almost like a micro or a radio or a gigahertz. Hertz. Do you understand anything about frequencies or currencies? Waves. Mr. Trump knows about waves. He's got all the techie tech from Mr. T. Yes, Mr. Warp Speed. Remember Uncle Trump? He was messing with millimeter waves too, wasn't he? Why do you think they had Tesla whacked? Mr. Morgan didn't like that, did he, crazy old man? Or was he? What did he know? As is above, so is below. He knew the secrets to the universe are 3, 6, and 9. Opposition. Hull. What are you guys making all these telephone? What is all these electric poles for? You guys are foolish. I can transfer. I could pull energy right out of the air. I could transfer energy from this point on the earth and bring it all the way over there. What do you guys got all this money in copper wiring for? Are you guys foolish? What are your friend, Mr. Ford? What is this combustion? Combustion. What are you doing this? I don't need combustion. I could pull anti-gravitics, electric gravitics. You know what got Mr. T whacked? Was when he built a wall, the greatest wall ever. That's what he said. Boy, Mr. Trump's uncle didn't like that, did he? Mr. Morgan didn't like that, did he? Said, you won't need, I could build you the greatest wall ever. MAGA. No, he didn't say that. But he said he could build the greatest wall ever that no military could penetrate over your city, like a dome, like a wall, the greatest wall ever, a millimeter wall, like Hotel California. You could check in, but you can never, a wall you wouldn't see. Yes, an invisible wall, a millimeter wall. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not real, correct? Maybe Mr. Trump was never talking about, Mr. Warp Speed was never talking about building a wall you could see, huh? He didn't give you the greatest wall ever, did he? He gave you the greatest jab. Mr. Warp Speed, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. But let's get back to the wall, the millimeter wall. Remember, as is above, so is below. The secrets of the universe are 3, 6, and 9. Whole currents. We can pull energy right out of the ether. I can transfer. I could build a dome over your city that no military can penetrate. No, I'll call it a ray, like a ray of sunshine, a ray or a dome or a bowl. As is above, so is below. Millimeter waves and millimeter Trump bowls. Are you ready for your hotel city, California? You can check in, but you can never leave. You won't see the wall, but you won't be able to get outside the wall. Executive Order 11004 allows the emergency management agency to relocate whole communities and put them into millimeter bowls. Work camps. Absolutely, huh? Dutch, you do the works of your father, the devil. Don't implicate that I'm drinking anything. You're foolish. The moonshine is colder than the shade. So tell me what that's all about, or be gone with you. Be done with you. Unless you can explain why the moonshine is colder. Well, it's hotter in the sun. It's cooler in the shade. Why is it colder in the moonshine? Don't spit anything sick and putrid in here. Don't spit no vomit tsunamis. You better put something worthwhile, or I'm going to rebuke you and you're going to be gone. Moonshine. How about earthshine? No, answer the question or be done. Just leave peacefully or I'll rebuke you and send you out of here. Nope. Goodbye. You had to add to the chat. So far, you didn't add nonsense. So couldn't add anything of value. Be with you. So anyways, millimeter waves and the bowls will be pulled out. The bowls will be pulled out, brothers and sisters. These bowls will be poured out. Remember, it talks about the wrath and the bowls in Revelation, correct? So, guys, check this out for a minute. This was called the ray. This was called the ray. Remember, he called it a ray, an unalive ray. He even wrote the paper and said, you guys got this wrong. You're acting like I'm doing a Star Trek for Star Trek, right? Star Trek, right? I'm not building a Star Trek ray, an unalive. This is a dome that I build over your city, and a military can't penetrate it. That pissed off the elite, didn't they, with their military industrial complex? It wasn't that much longer we were in a war. Remember all this lead up, the combustion engine, Henry Ford, all the money they had invested in copper, all the power poles, all that, and Tesla was such a threat to, and then when he said you didn't need militaries, they whacked that old man, guys, and Trump's uncle stole all his technology. You can find all this. This is not, so the most evil man on the planet was Trump, because he has this tech that his family has withheld since the 1800s. They had a car that could go over 1,000 miles on a single charge. So Mr. Muskrat, stinky Mr. X, Mr. Boring Company, Mr. Link, Star, Shield, get it? Shield, Star, Shield, the same thing that Tesla was messing with. The Star, Shield, the ray over the city. Now he's got one over your head. That he has this tech, guys, and that's what Mr. Musk can't get a car to go 500 miles on a single charge. He's got a seat on Air Force One. Trust me, brothers and sisters, when Thump comes back, this tech was going to be released on you. I'm telling you, it is. And remember, he said he would send the executive order. He'd send the National Guard to your door to give you that greatest gene therapy operation, warp speed, protein spike mimicker, face diaper ritual, stand on the X, put on your ritualistic shame muzzle. Stand on the X 2.0 on April 8th. If you look, yep, they stood on the X again, guys. They did it again. These people do not know what they do. But listen, his family has this tech. His family has this tech. And I believe he's going to unveil this during this water event, guys. See, if they did this during this water event, remember I told you they could build chambers. They could build chambers above certain areas and protect that from the water. I've not discussed this in detail with anybody, but you understand why they would need a millimeter bowl? If it could protect a military from dropping a drone or a strike, right, on top of that invisible bowl, why couldn't it protect that city from water, the tidal event? Does that make sense? Does that make sense on why it be multifaceted? Oh my God, there's, DARPA dogs running around. You know what I'm saying? There's tech. There's Tesla robots running around attacking people, guys. Wouldn't that be a great way? They listen, guys, please listen to this. Please listen to what I'm telling you. And I don't want them to get this information, but I know they already have it. They're not stupid, guys. What would be the greatest way to get rid of a bunch of people on this earth? Tech, guys. Tech. If they did this Terminator crap like they showed you, John Connor, all that, these robots could get out and kill a bunch of human beings, and they could blame it on an escape like a bat soup. See what they did? They predictably programmed you and got you ready for that, didn't they? Does that make sense? Oh, we'll protect you. Oh, there's aliens coming from outer space. Oh, we'll protect you. Get in our dome. Get in our dome, right? Is any of this coming together, guys? Does any of this make any sense? Why they would hold this tech for this 2,600 year wet shift of the waves of the. Do you understand? Is any of this making sense? You don't have to agree with any of this. I'm only speaking to people who might be putting it together. Otherwise, I don't really care to have even any conversation with somebody who's not understanding this. Tesla had this technology where he could build a bowl. He called it a ray, an unalive ray, where he could protect a city. If we had this tidal event, wouldn't that, if it could protect something from hitting it, couldn't that stop the water from coming in that city, guys? Does that make sense? Maybe now I'm seeing why they didn't take over any of that land out there, guys. Does that make sense? Remember, I showed you this event, guys. I showed you this event. Cool. I'm glad you're seeing something. Okay, I only want to talk to people easier. Bye, son. Be gone with you. I rebuke you. See ya. He only wants to talk. Yeah, I don't want to talk to people who have their head up their ass right now and aren't doing anything about it. This isn't a put your head in the dark, kind of in the sand kind of event. You could probably do pretty well in this event if you got on the right side of this, just like anything. So I apologize for, I'm done with this people. Getting a little salty here, but again, I, in my strong opinion, believe that this X over this event is why they put all this equipment on the line to get ready for this event. So it looks like if they had, where'd that other one go? If this event happened, they wouldn't need to worry about, where did my other phone go? Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Okay, so if in this event, here, let's just watch a little bit of this video that I did. Apologize. I don't know if any of you guys seen the video that I did, but let's watch a little bit of it.
Of the
very shaky, but
of the government land. This is the water overlay of the cycle.
Imagine all those bowls sitting out there,
400 feet
underwater.
Down 400 feet.
Would it matter how long that
that is going to be left?
How long the water? Because the water will subside, guys. The water will subside. The water's not going to stay like this.
On both sides to the Colorado Rockies and in here. So years to do this overlay. Once you see what the government knows.
Look at that.
This land that they bought up.
Remember I told you they don't have any land out here? Maybe they'll have bowls out there, underwater bowls.
See that?
But look over here.
It's near perfect match. Look at California. Look at these
That's
lines.
where the water is up before in cycles past.
Tell me they don't know this. This is what they know, guys.
So I think they're very aware of this event. Obviously, I've shown you, yes, they are. They know we're in this extinction cycle. They know that these gas giants are going to line, just like they are. They're not foolish.
Look at all this. Look at this line here. Again, apologize, a little bouncy. I'm trying to use the, look at that. It's right there. Look at all that. Perfect line up. Look at that. Look at Washington. Look at that line up there. Look at the whole one. A little different on the scale, but pretty close to what the land is because there are two different maps. But you can see that's what they bought. So all the rest of this ocean out here, gone. Or see all this over here on the East Coast. Look at how that lines up right there.
I'm pretty sure, guys, that they're aware of this, again, of this event. And I think they're getting ready. And I think with their tech that they have, the Trump tech, that's what we'll call it, with the Trump tech, they'll be able to get through this event, guys. Because remember, we come into this gas giant alignment on 10/24/24 like we were back again at the time of Christ, where these four large gas giants form this square, and we get pinned in between this magnetism, which will potentially bring the water up onto land, as I'm showing you, as it's done in cycles past. So there's something that triggers the magnetism and would cause some sort of tides to continental tidal shift. Continental. So scripture talks about the seas and the waves will be roaring. The nations will be in perplexity. This is the sorrows. This is the beginning of sorrows. This is not the end of the world. There'll be wars and rumors of wars. There'll be famine and pestilence. There'll be earthquakes in diverse places. This is the beginning of waves, of birthing pains, of sorrows. It's not the end. It will increase in intensity, like a woman in travail, in labor pains, Labor. Is there any women in the chat? You ever had a child? Labor comes on more and more and more. Correct? Stronger and stronger and stronger. So, again, this is the alignment of the 4 large celestial gas giants that lined up as the same as they did at the time of Christ. Let me show you again. 1024. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, they're hammering the stream now, boys. They're hammering it now. $10.24.24 equals 79 AD. Wait a minute, that's the same alignment. Yep. Back to gas giants, Uranus and Neptune trade places. It's the same alignment as at the time of Christ. What? So this guy's not a prophet? I thought I found somebody who was a prophet. No, he's not a prophet. He's just some dude, some old dude out in the desert showing you what it was like before and what it's going to be. It's going to be the same. Same. We get pinned in there between the 4 large gas giants. Pinned in there before the 4 large gas giants. Same alignment. I'm not a prophet. This is not prophecy. It's called astronomy, not astrology. No, it didn't, Jordan. But at the time of Christ, the magnetosphere was at, the field strength was at 100%. And this earth got rocked in 79 AD. Remember, he predicted the destruction of the temple. No stone would be left in its place. And in 70 AD, the temple was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. He plowed salt into the land. And here we go. I think he's going to use the earth to plow salt into the land this time. 79 AD equals 10:24:24. Those are the same thing. See, brothers and sisters, I'm not some kind of prophet. These are the same alignment other than these two backs. Look, Uranus, Neptune, they're switched. They're switched in the back. That's the only change in this alignment. It's just 1 degree of arc off. You're not going to run from this. You guys, this is such a blessing that you've come into this information right now, because 99% of the world does not know that we are 193 days leading up to this gas giant alignment at the time of Christ. So just if you were a witness to it, just to be a witness and nothing happened would be such a blessing. But if you'll look into happened, what it's 79 AD, Pompeii was covered in ashes, Vesuvius went off, volcanism was at an extreme high. This earth was getting rocked by the sun because of obviously the magnetism, this pinning in between being there in the sun giving its energy to the gas giants instead of giving us our energy. That's what causes the decreasing of the magnetosphere field strength at the time of Christ was 100%. Now we're going into the same alignment with less 40%. Our magnetosphere strength is at 60%. Let's just say I don't mean to go there, if we had a prophylactic or a condom and we cut 40% of it off, that just left 60% of it. How do you think that's going to fend out for you for protection? Kind of a bad analogy, but I hope you understand. Protection, 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 protection. I don't think that's going to fend very well for you, do you? You're not going to have 100% protection. You're not going to... So, no, we will go into a cataclysmic event. That I am certain of. I am not worried about making a prediction. We are already in an extinction level event right now. The 6th already. We already entered into the 12,000-year extinction cycle. So we're already, we had dueling tornadoes in California 2 years in a row. That's insane. That's this, there's so many shiftings of the jet streams. It's already happening. We had five low latitude auroral events with M class, low proton energy, That normally takes high X class, X20, X30, massive proton, Carrington type event level, X20, 30 events to make low latitude down towards our equatorial regions, the subtropical regions of our Earth, Ukraine, even down into Mexico, New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, all that, Florida. They seen yellow, red, pink. We shattered the record last year. There's only ever been two in an 11-year period ever in recorded history, and through petroglyphs. All the other, we just had 5 in 1 year. Get ready. This is already happening. It should be quite obvious, deserts flooding out and all, so anyways, this is something, again, you can't run from. So, how's it going, DSW? I'm in here just doing some more work. I finished up doing some stuff outside and came in and wanted to do a quick live and uploaded a link. I was putting something on my phone and my whole phone got gassed. Gone. All my research gone. That's right, Candy. That's why they're doing this, because they know of this cycle. So there you go. Candy is actually starting to go, wait a minute. Hold on. Didn't I hear Zuckerberg? They're getting ready for this. It's been all over the place today, Mr. Hugo. It's beautiful out there right now. A little bit of wind and probably 60 degrees. But we had a little snow for a second, just a flash. We had a little bit of hail, a little bit of rain, a little bit of sun. The weather is being awful bipolar at the moment. It's actually all over the place. Try or whatever. Anyways, I came inside. I was going to do a quick short or whatever, try to do a short live stream, because I've got to wait for something to sell on the internet now. So it is what it is. I've got everything I can get up for sale right now today. And so I thought I'd come do some work in here and maybe find somebody who would give me, find something that I'd say of value. And while I wait for something to sell, I might be able to make a buck on here. I ain't trying to turn a buck on anybody, but if somebody had the ability and I gave them something of value, that I might be able to, because I ended up $10 short in my Cash App because I put $20 in the car instead of putting 10 in it. I should have put it in the bank and I didn't. So I'm $10 short. So if I don't get it, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. But I just thought, hey, I think I put out pretty valuable information. I'm talking about something that nobody else is talking about on the internet. I'm leading you to information that only one other channel is. Somebody might find that of a value. So honestly, DSW, that's why I came in here. And it doesn't, if nobody gives me anything, it's okay. I don't want to sit around here right now. And I'm going back to work Monday full-time on the shelter and the cabin. So I'm going to get a little bit of rest here today. And I've already been working outside, like I said, and putting more things on the internet, trying to get them listed so I can, I really wish I wouldn't have put that $10 in the gas tank, but oh well. Something just told me I was on complete E, and I've never run that car from E because I came back. It's Elijah's car. Never seen the gas light come on, and I don't like to run a car that low. So I put $20 into it instead of putting the $10, and it is what it is. So I have until Monday or Sunday to try to get $10 through either Cash App or PayPal. I can. So, and if not, whatever, it is what it is. I can't put any money in the bank because the bank is closed. So I could wait for somebody to sell something, but I still can't get that money into the bank. So I was like, well, Tracy can't do anything about it. So go spread the word, and maybe you'll give somebody something of value, and somebody will give you a Cash App or PayPal, but it's not required. It's not like I said, I live streamed yesterday, the day I do a lot of live streams where I live stream for 8 or 10 or 12 hours and nobody gives me no donations. And I still come up here and I make a little mention at the end normally, and maybe a couple times, but I don't sit here and make it all about that. So man's got to make a living somehow. And that's what I've been doing out here, working on the cabins. And so I'm going to go back at that full time like I did during the winter months. You saw me push through that hard, and that helped me to stay busy out here. But I only have 193 days now, and that kind of is alarming to get this shelter done. And so today I was shifting some of that block around, getting some of the level on doing the shelter. And Monday I'm going to be going full time at putting the base in. I've got those blocks that you remember that I went and picked up. I'd probably have the money if I didn't get the blocks too, right? But what a blessing those blocks are, because I'm going to be able to French drain that shelter. The storm shelter will have a French drain. So if it leaks for some unknown reason and I already have it tipped the 50-foot with a little bit of, grade to it, that anything, it doesn't even get water in there anyways, but if it did, it could get a lot of water in there, like hundreds of gallons, and I'll be able to keep it maintained within that floor, and it'll never come up into the shelter. So I'm excited about getting that started, and I'm going to have to get a load of gravel too. So that's why I put everything I could on the internet to try to get some gravel. And remember, I still wanted to try to get Elijah those mill ends. I really wish I could do that right now. I really wish that tire wouldn't have gone flat. And it's okay. It is what it is. And I had the money for the diesel, you know what I'm saying, to get that, all those mill ends for him. I'm hoping he'll be out here in a month or two, and I'll be building his first house. You know what I'm saying? For him. Imagine being 20. I didn't get to build my own house until I was in my 40s. He's going to be 25 years old, and his dad's going to get to build his house with his lady and stuff. So all that material is no cost to me other than diesel fuel right now. I could be scooping that up right now, but I just don't have the funds to do it. So Lord providing, something will sell on the internet. And I sold that generator, like I said, and it got the 2 land payments paid. And with your Cash Apps, DSW, or excuse me, your PayPals, I was able to get the other, and I had a little bit left over from the generator money. And like I said, I just went a little bit long on the gas money, but I don't know. I think it's better to have $20 in my gas tank, I guess, at this point. I don't know why I didn't think about it that way, but I just did. My mind told me, I don't like running the tank that low. Actually, I don't try to run my tanks, below a quarter if I can help it. I'm not but that's just the way I came back from visiting Elijah over there in Eugene. And so that's the gas that I had when I came back. So I went and dropped off the generator just at the end of the driveway, came back, and gas light was on. I was like, oh man. But anyways, so that's what I'm going to work at today. So I won't stay on here forever. But I don't know. Somebody can help me out, $10 with a Cash App. That'll get my, at least the land payment paid, and I'll figure something out here again with how to come up with the gravel. Something will sell. And, yeah, I'll figure it out. It'll all work itself out. And I'm not even concerned. Remember, I said, even if I didn't get the land payments this month, I wasn't concerned about it. Is what it is. I'm not going to, I have other priorities right now. And I know that if I'll reap what I sow, I'll get in whatever I put in it. So, even if I don't get it now and it comes back later, the timing is God's timing. It's not mine. So I feel super blessed to be able to not be worried about I got all the land payments, but $10, that's awesome. Awesome. And he will provide. He always does. And so much blessings, guys. Actually, I might take a break here, and I don't know. I really wanted to come in here and talk about the cabins, but I always end up talking about God. I can't even focus on, I was going to try to come in here and get y'all jazzed up about this 2.5 million acre, largest dark sky sanctuary, and see if somebody wanted to come out here and do this enjoy me. I think it's one of the best business opportunities that a man can have right now. Seriously, like looking for a business partner. I got a lot of work into this, and I think I can make myself not have to work hard like that ever again. And I could give somebody my same idea of what I'm doing, and let them do the same thing, and could be totally successful at it. I really feel like if I could find a good, financial backer right now, somebody wanted to do the same thing as I'm doing, I don't need much. I actually have almost 90% of it up and done, but they could kind of do the same thing. If I could, get another cabin or 2 of theirs, the 3 that I have up and going, that's 5 cabins, completely moonshine cabins up here working. They can do it different than my style. Maybe they want to do modern, all windows. I've chose to do, Western style, John Wayne, movie set style type, whatever. That's what I do, because I have to work with what I've got. But I imagine if somebody had money, they could come out here and have a heck of a life, really an enjoyable life, and not work, have a lot more time than anything else, and then still make a good living, and not struggle to to overwork themselves and be able to go around and have more time than what they know what to do with, honestly. And I'd rather have time than money, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm working for, so I could eventually get my time back, that I have been able to obtain at, you know, to study. Most of the time I try to get time just to study. I work hard, my fingers to the bone, and I try to get everything done as quick as I can. And I've done this for 30 years. I mean, I was a single dad, you know what I'm saying? But it was so I can go to studying, so I can get my nose into information and start doing the cycles. And so I spent most of my life seeking information instead of material things and the things of this world. And, you know, and so that's shaped who I am now. So that's why I don't have some of the basic necessities where some people was. I didn't chase that. Actually, a lot of the times I chase things for other people. And so that's exactly what I'm saying. You know, that's why I think somebody can come out here and say, you know what, the hell with this city life, I'm not going to do. I'm going to go out and move out where that country guy's at. I'm going to buy that 20 acres next to him. He said he might sell that. I do the same thing. I'm going to look, there's something right down the road from him. I went in on this. He said I could build cabins and rent these things out for $100, $150 a night. Easily dry cabin, not bed and breakfast, not some kind of, you know, just a basic minimal. They bring their own sheets. This is dry camp cabin. This isn't something like, you know, some fancy bed and breakfast. For $150 a night, I can rent that out 10 times a month without even messing with the county of being a residence. And I could build 5 of those. And I've looked into this traffic. He's right. There's a ton of, wow, holy crap. Whoa, my goodness. Whoa. Nobody else is doing this. This is in the largest dark sky sanctuary, the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. Boy, they just put up the biggest billboard in the world for that place. Can't find a better place to see the stars. 2.5 million acres set out of the light belt. Hello, this is the place to see the stars. This is the place. So I have a Cash App, Tank, if you want to, you know. I appreciate anybody if they can, but don't give if you can't. So one day, you know, this will all come together for me, guys. So I'm just kind of, I'm inching towards all this. You reap what you sow, you know. So, but I do appreciate it. Everybody who has helped in the past. I'm going to invite some of you guys to come out here. You know that. So I will be giving free night cabin rentals away. So, and it doesn't mean just because you gave something to me. I really try to accommodate people who have followed me for a while. I don't want any money for somebody. I'd really like them to, you're taking nurse ships, you think? Yeah, I love one. I want to build a nurse ship out here on this property. I've already started putting away a lot of material to build my Earth ship, Candy. You know what I'm saying? I've already put away material. I have things out here put away to build an Earth ship. I think that'd be so cool for somebody to come out and build an Earth ship home. That's a totally different deal. But anyways, this would be a good living, guys. So eventually I'll be able to do this without ever struggling, hopefully, to have any and I have minimal bills, you know, and I'm hoping to provide an experience, guys, for somebody that, you know, that's not being done out here. I'm actually going to make people pay for their stay, you know, in silver. You're going to have to pay for your room in silver. Are you ready to come out and pay for your room in silver? This is Silver Lake. Are you ready to pay for your room in silver? You got silver to come out here and rent a room overnight, rent, or, you know, cabin rentals, Moonshine cabin rentals. I think I'm going to have a pretty unique experience, guys. I know people don't have silver, but I'm going to offer them the silver to buy. Nothing sounds like silver. But anyways, that will be part of what I do out here. I live in Silver Lake on Silver Rock Ranch. And so I'm going to make that part of the experience. Kind of like a restaurant. It's not just always what you eat. You know, it's part of the experience that you get when you go into the restaurant. Which airport, Carl? I have, there's an airport in Christmas Valley. There's Table Rock Airport right down the street from me. And then the Redmond Airport is in Redmond. So that's a couple hours from here as far as the major you know, Redmond's a major airport. That's bullion. Pure 999, pure. And this is 90%. Nothing sounds like an eagle. So anyways, let's do, what do we got here? This one. The ping test, guys. The ping test. So, like I said, eventually, guys, all these things, I put a lot of effort. I do have not a ton of precious metals, but I have a little bit of precious metals. You know, I'm not going to go drive into town to take this over $10. Okay. But I'm hoping as I need gravel that one day I'll be able to trade. I said one load of gravel right now for the storm shelter, but I'm hoping to trade this 5 ounces of silver for about 20 loads of gravel out here. I'm pretty sure that none of these people who do gravel out here have any silver. I doubt it. It's such a small market that I think here in the next month or two, you know, I'll be able to do my driveway or get a lot. Not, I won't be able to get all my driveway with 20 loads. Won't do my driveway, but I live 80 acres in, guys. I live quite a ways in. So not that far. You can still see the road, but it's quite a ways off the road. But, that's why I don't want to get rid of this. And I mean, I could drive into town and go take that. Well, I can't do it right now. It's the weekend for the $10, you know, but that's nice about silver. I do keep some. I don't have a lot. I've invested in land. I don't really invest in precious metals. My investment is in land. So, and cabins, you know, building these cabins out. And so a lot of time and effort into, building these cabins out. So I'm hoping that, again, that I can find another person out here eventually who'd want to come out here and, you know, do the same thing as I'm doing and build a couple cabins out here and live a good life, you know. So you'd have to pretty much jump to you, right? It's from the international airport. Well, no, just pretty much you can fly right into Redmond from most places. I just, if somebody flew into Redmond, I'd have to go pick them up. There's no flights to go to these airports. These are small, nothing like that. They're not these are Christmas by little airport. Table Rock is just kind of a private / you know, they use it out here. It's not that kind, but Redmond, you know, Redmond is the closest airport to where I'm at. But anyways, again, I'm excited about getting my son out here. I'm hoping that I can, in the next few days, go get those mill ends for him, because there are some big mill ends there, and I can mill a lot. I told him there's enough there, I believe, material to mill his whole frame, all the trusses, all the walls, all the interior walls, frame all of it. You know what I'm saying? And I could probably do that with $50 worth of gas right now. That's incredible. So diesel. So cross the bridge when we get there, when God will, you know, it's not my doing. I don't believe in luck. I don't believe in nothing like that. I put in the work, so it'll pay off when it pays off. And again, I'll reap what I sow here, but lots on the plate here for this week. I am going to be going back full time on Monday and making it a job again. And so I'll be working on the 2 projects, the Rusty Dragon and the shelter. That is my main priority, is to get that shelter. It's still, the temperature is not conducive for concrete, but I've been getting all this block, lots of block moved over closer to where it's at, because there's piles of block, you know, around the property, different that I put out here. And I'm trying to get it all close to the hole. So when I'm ready to do the concrete work, I'll have all the block right there where I need it. So lots of moving the block and stuff. I've been busy getting everything prepared that I can get. You know, I moved a water tank around, trying to get more water and stuff. Been doing things off camera, but I will do a full-time job come come Monday morning, and I'll go back to work out here, because that's how I have to do it. I have to put my 80 hours in a week, and I can normally sometimes in one 80-hour week of working, I can pay all my bills in 1 week if I fix and buy or sell. I have a lot of things already invested most of the time, and sometimes it comes forward, and then I can spend the rest of my time doing what I need to do, either study or whatever it is that I want to do with the rest, instead of worrying about money and bills and all that, because I don't have a massive amount, but I have 45 acres of land that I pay on, and I've got, $25,000 of payments invested in this property, another 10 or something on the 5 acres. I've got $40,000 invested in these properties alone, so got to make sure you keep the land payments up like everybody else. You can't let your payments go. So, but mine are pretty minimal. Hopefully I don't have too much more struggles to get through this. And man, I'm going to be excited just to have people come out here to the property, pay for their overnight rentals, and never even have to sell another thing on the internet ever again. Won't that be a blessing? Because I did it for 20 years and it was absolutely a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm over it, the rusty nail. That's pretty funny. So, but again, that's kind of where I'm at, guys, for the week. So I want to kind of spend the rest of my time, obviously. Oh, darn, man. What a waste. $150. But anyways, I tried. Oh, so much time, so much effort. Sometimes I get so little back. So for such mass effort. But anyways, anybody that might be interested, come out in this valley. I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. I've said it before. I'm trying to look for somebody, maybe a financial backer. I don't necessarily need that type of deal, because I have most of the work out here, but maybe somebody wants to come get away from the city. Come out here and do it this way. Come out here in this desert. There's a ton of people looking in this area, and you'll see there are a lot of people came out here and are living a good life out here now. And they enjoy it because it's not overly priced. The taxes are low, and cost of materials up a little bit, but not that bad. You can build a very nice spread out here and have a nice, comfortable living. I don't make any income every month, but people come out here on like a Social Security, or even somebody that had a pretty good chunk of change or something, could come out here and just live like an absolute king. Again, if we did these cabin rentals, mine is the Moonshine cabin rentals. I'm not opposed to anybody jumping on the name that I have or whatever, but eventually there could be something out here too, where we could do tours of this valley. There's tons of different site places to go see. Crack in the ground is an opening, a fissure in the ground, an opening, very long opening in the ground. Amazing place to go during the summertime when it's hot. I'd love to bring people up there, give them tours of that area, go down into the ground when it's hot. It's in the 60s down there when it's 100 degrees. We don't get we're not that kind of hot desert anymore. Just, we didn't have a ton of, I was out here 5 years and we didn't even have 100-degree day in the desert. Are you serious? But yeah, the Earth's shifting quite a bit, guys. A lot of changes on Earth, but still an amazing place on a 90 to 100-degree day to go in there to crack in the ground. Look at that up. It's in Christmas Valley, Oregon. The sand dunes. That is an amazing, my cabin rentals just could be rented out just from the cabin. People rentals could go just from the people coming out to go to the dunes. I think they'd like to come out here for the night, set up, go out to the dunes. I'm only, 25, 30 minutes from the world's largest, North America's largest inland set of sand dunes. Again, this place just made the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. There's not a better place to see the stars anywhere in the world than right here. Nowhere else. So you talk about Moonshine cabin rentals. I'm going to have these cabins where you have a telescope outside, hammocks so you can sleep outside if you choose. If you want to go inside, I'm trying to put skylights in every one of the cabins so you can fall asleep under the stars. The whole experience painted with silver. We can do that. And then we can even offer, a tour. There's the Black Hills, which are an amazing, there's some things in the Black Hills that are, Okay, so I had to unblock myself. How do you unblock yourself, Impulse? I'll block you again if you. I didn't block you. It was probably my moderators. But what stupid and ignorant questions or nonsense you put? Normally, they don't block people unless they're putting something ignorant or stupid in this chat. So you probably got blocked because you said something ignorant. Okay, well, whatever, Impulse. It's not me doing it. I don't care about your opinions. Opinions like holes in your rear end. Everybody's got one. So you can do that. So you get one. I'll give you one more chance, Impulse, to say something of some value. You got my attention. Say something, or I'll take you out this time. I'll take you out this time. It wasn't me who did it. I have moderators that moderate. So what couldn't you say? Why were you getting yourself silenced? Put what you said before. Don't start speaking anything other than that, or I will moderate you out of here. I don't care about your stupid Fourth Amendment. You don't probably stand up. You're probably a bootlicker. Did you turn over your license to a cop? Do you stand up? Do you First Amendment audit? Did you stand up to your governor during the COVID? Do you stand up to anybody? Or you just stand up to some keyboard? Are you a keyboard warrior? Put something of some value. You got one more chance with me or you're out of here. I didn't moderate you. I had to unmoderate myself. How do you do that? Interesting. Put something of some value in here. Mr. Stand on the X, Mr. Musky Stinky Muskrat X. Stand on the X, 666. Thought it was 15 apart. Thought it was 25 feet. What's going on here? 15 feet, 15 feet, 15 feet. COVID, 15 feet. Stand on the 666. What's your X? Come on. Pulse. Put your finger on the pulse. What do you got? What's happening in your neck of the woods? Why are you getting banned? What are you saying that's ignorant that's getting you banned? Okay, there you go. See, that's why you're getting banned. You didn't even put anything, and you put a word that's banned on this chat. I rebuke you. You do the works of your father, the devil. So anyways, guys, again, I want to invite anybody that's got not their head up their fourth point of contact like Mr. X there and is serious about, having a good, decent living and being in a safe location where I think we'll be able to pull through this 10-24-24 event. And it'd be an excellent place. I mean, this is an amazing place to see the stars, the sunsets, this whole valley lights up. Black Hills are an amazing tour. We have petroglyphs out here, Summer Lake, hole in the ground. The largest opening I've ever seen to the earth is right behind me. There's nothing larger. Go look on your satellite imagery on Google Earth and look at where I'm at, right on the edge of Silver Lake, Christmas Valley, and look to the west of what's sitting here. Probably this is going to be the best place to be on the whole earth at one point in time. There's a reason they found the oldest clothing on the entire earth right here where I live, right here. There's nothing older than right here. They already announced that this is the oldest place in the Northern Hemisphere. It's a slow trickle about this place, guys. Oldest clothing, 18,000-year-old camel's tooth just found over here in Riley. They're slowly revealing what this place is, guys. But anyways, look into this area if you're interested. I'm going to be successful. I'm hoping I'll reap what I sow. I won't have to work so hard anymore. And I'll continue to work hard, but I won't have to work so hard. And hopefully I'll have the things that I need, maybe some equipment in the future that I never had before, and be able to make my job. It's always nice to yeah, he didn't have any questions there, Dragon. Now you got my attention, Dragon. What question did he ask, Dragon? He didn't ask any questions. No questions. I gave him a chance, Dragon. Now I'm giving you a chance, Dragon. What did he say? He didn't ask any. I asked him to say something. He's mad, and that's what messed up. Y'all don't stand and trust early. So, okay, one more time, Dragon. I'm going to give you two the same chance I gave X. Or are you going to just get there and spit your vomit tsunamis everywhere? One more time, Dragon. One more time. What did X ask? I didn't see any questions. I gave him a chance. He didn't do any spit nonsense. Now you're going to get the same affordability. But what did he ask? He had some good questions. What did he ask? I said I didn't block him. My moderators did, because they block stupidity like you're putting right now. If you can't ask a basic question, or you can't even concentrate. We've asked someone else questions about building a wall in the middle of us would help anything. Okay, well, how about going back and doing all the research? I've done hundreds of hours on the same subject. on the same exact subject of this. They're not building a wall. Nobody said they're building a wall. So you guys are off on your own building a wall? What in the are you talking about? So no, you're off on your own. Nobody was talking about building any wall across the United States. I mean, I was talking about them putting a line of equipment across to stop this 10/20/24 event, but not a wall. So I don't know. Like I said, there's videos. Go do the videos. You know, I'm trying to speak about a subject. Again, I speak for hours when I try to come in here and cover these cabins. I really wanted to do kind of a cabin thing in here, and look what the cover is. It's got a picture of my cabins, and I'm over here talking about God and doing God's work in the 10/24. And I'm not even talking about the things I'm trying to talk about, because I've said that before. I get off on a tangent to talk about God. So, okay, well, I'm the seventh person to be confused by this so clearly. You've miscommunicated. Okay, well, remember, it's not about my communication, Dragon. It's about the evidence that I've left on the channel, and go look at the evidence. Goodbye. So, seventh person, huh? I guess he's keeping count, but he can keep count of how many people, but he can't keep track of the information that's inputting. He's confused. Sorry, Dragon. You crawl on your belly. You're the serpent. And Nakash. You can't cast your verbal voodoo in here. It's not going to work. So be done with you. All right, guys, as you can see, I enjoy I enjoy being a little salty at this point in time, because it's not, we got 193 days until this event. And, you know, they're obviously getting ready. The elite are getting ready for this event. The people who have money are getting ready for this event. The only people who aren't getting ready for this event is everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Is everybody else. But that's okay. I'm not, remember, I already told you, God told me, Tracy, I don't want most people to see this. That's why this is happening, because I don't want most people to get ready. Judgments are upon this earth, brothers and sisters. If you ain't seen it already, you should see that this is already happening. The weather is becoming quite ferocious. People are becoming ferocious. You know, the governments are quite ferocious. It's just not an easy place to live. You don't live in some heaven on earth. That's coming, but that's not until he takes the evil from this earth. So this is hell on earth, but not literal. I mean, not hell, but this is where Satan was given. This world was given unto him and a third of his angels. So this ain't no place you need to be taking things lightly, you know. So will you build a community on your land? I've been trying to do that, Candy, for 10 years. So I'm done trying to build a community. I'm done with that. I could, it's possible. I could put the farm right back up here. I have a full off-grid. I do it off-grid community, full completely. I have cabins out here for other people. I had everything. Nobody wanted to form a community with me. So I'm over it. Doesn't mean you can't come out to this same valley. Just do it down the road from me. I'm not saying that I wouldn't give somebody an opportunity to come out here, Candy. I just let somebody come out here, and they were just way too city. Just way too city. You know what I'm saying? They just weren't, they let gates open. And so, no, we're not overdue since a pole shift since 2009. That's Bill Waters. You don't know what you're talking about, sir. And that's okay. I'm not going to put you on blast, but you have no idea what you're talking about. We haven't had a pole shift in 780,000 years. And you're talking about 2009, man. See, you're so far off. See how far off you are, Bill? So no, and we're in a magnetic excursion, not a pole shift. A pole shift is when the north, your compass pointing to the north would be pointing to the south. So see, you don't know what you're talking about, Bill. And that's okay. Don't run away. Don't be soft skinned and don't get all mad at me, but you came to the right place. I've studied the magnetic excursion and all the excursion, the Heinrich events, these are cycles. Again, I'm the cycle guy. So our earth used to, pole shift every 300 to 360,000 years, like a clock. Ding, 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 ding. That's okay. You came to the right place, Bill. Hang in there. I'll get you the right information if you want it. Okay. Well, you can think whatever you think, Oshia there. Why are you in here? Why are you in here then? Why you even open your mouth? Why don't you just leave? What are you afraid you might hear something you don't like? So, Bill, what I want you to do is go to Mr. Maverick Star. He has a tri-meg system, and he's been covering the magnetic excursion for over 10 years. He has a go to Pole Shift News. Okay. Pole Shift News, Bill. And he covers the magnetic excursion. He doesn't give away the pole shift exact location. He used to do it twice a month for free. And he's been doing it now for 6 years. He built a system that triangulates the exact pinpoint position of the magnetic pole. And it's been tracking it, and it takes a reading every 3 seconds from multiple locations, weak and strong. He knows what he's doing. He's a scientist. He has an observatory, and it's Mr. Maverick Star. And he's done doing he used to, honestly, he asked for money on his channel because he's a privately, funded by viewer funded observatory. So, but he quit doing that. And he brought his followers over to Patreon, but he still has a wealth of information, and you can see all this information leading up till just recently. He put his actual pole location behind a paywall. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, I got my 4-legged alarm system going off. Oh, okay, that's somebody going by. There's a 5-acre parcel back there for sale, guys, back behind me, way back in there. So the dogs are barking back there. I wanted to see what they were doing. They're letting me know. So I don't have nobody come down my driveway a week at a time sometimes, a couple weeks, man. This is an amazing spot that's out here. What do we got there? A Dodge. Pick them up. Yeah, they're probably going. There's a 5-acre parcel for sale behind me, about 200 acres, 300 acres, way back there up against Table Rock. It's probably a beautiful spot too. Man, that's got to have a great view of Table Rock. I've got the icon of the valley in my backyard, guys, and there's a 5-acre parcel back there. So normally the dogs always let me know when somebody's coming down the driveway. They're outside. So I'm pretty sure that's where they're going to see that 5-acre parcel back there for sale. I haven't seen what it is. I don't know how much they want for it, but let me see. He's still barking here. Yep, they're going back there to the back. They're not even, yep. So, not all the way to the back yet. Either way, like I said, this valley is just, it's just leaping with opportunity. There's so much opportunity out here in this valley for people to come out here and live a good, wholesome, comfortable life and not be harassed by, code ordinance officers. And you could move out in this area with minimal means like I did. But if you were well off or just doing okay, you could come out here and set up a good, comfortable life. Again, I'm doing these cabin rentals, and maybe someday in the future, again, all my hard work will pay off, and it will. You'll see that these things that I talk about, most people aren't talking about, and the things that I talk about, I'm getting ready for. This 10/24/24 celestial event, gas giant event. You're not going to run from this. Weather will dominate this earth. I hope I'm going to be wrong about the tidal event, but I don't think I will. I'm actually, hoping for the best and planning, for the worst. That's what I do. And if it doesn't happen, then great. But I think I'm about 98% sure that, a third of the earth is about to perish real quick because they're not doing anything about it. And that's not it for me to sit there and try to worry about what people won't and won't do. But I do believe I'm in a good spot to ride out this location. People will rent these things all the way up until the day of this event. Watch. So this is a great spot. There's tons of people coming out here. Every day they come out here to the dunes. Every day. It's never stopped since the COVID. People want to get away from the cities right now. There is a lot of people who have left the city and moved out to this valley built a nice little cabin, sold their big old spread, and moved out here. And they got $2,100 in their bank still. They've got a cabin, 20-acre land parcel, and 48, whatever, 10. There's 5-acre parcels out here, and they're living the dream. And you can see it when you go into town. People are just ecstatic. People love living out here because they don't get harassed. Again, I've done a pretty good job of running these code ordinance officers. I harass the sheriff out here. I'm the law in this town. I make sure that people don't get run around out here. I've been out here for 10 years. I've sat on the Chamber of Commerce. I know this valley better than most people who lived here their whole life. But that's just because I've done a lot of homework before I ever even came out to this valley. I came out here, sit outside the store and just watch the people before I ever decided to even move out here. Wasn't going to go buy a place I never even bought land my whole life. So this is a 40-acre parcel. I have a 20-acre parcel up the road that my son will hopefully be moving to. If I get somebody, one of you guys give me $50, I'll go put it 30 or $40. I'll put it in my diesel tank and I'll go get my son's house for him. But you don't have to. But anyways, things will work out, guys. Like I said, I got all my efforts are in my land. I've been paying on this one for 10 years. I've been paying on that 5 acres for almost 5. The other one I bought a couple years back. My son will be taking over that land payment for me, which will be okay. They want to pay me the money that I paid into it for a couple years, which is, I told them, don't worry about it. Just get out here and get here. And we'll worry about that when you get here. I'm not even concerned about that. I want to get your house built. I want to get you settled up before wintertime with 10 cords of wood, the fireplace in, the house built, insulated, skylight in, all that. I want them set and ready to go before for winter time. And I'd love to see a couple more people come out here too and do that and be total set up, because this is a great place to ride out this next year or two. This event that probably will happen. And if it doesn't, great, but it probably will. So this is a safe location. I've done a lot of research, strategic relocation. I've looked at even relocating outside the country. Even before this event, I was obviously looking at all the states and could move to any state that I choose to, I can move out of the country, I have a passport, but I'm staying here. I'm staying here until after 5/25. So that's the date that I will make my change and decide if I want to leave the country. So I'm not going to leave until then. I've decided just to stay here and make it through this event. And unfortunately, things will be doing a lot better here in a year from now than I am now. So it's because I put in a lot of work, so we reap what we sow. So again, I'm doing Skyview, high desert Skyview, rentals out here on Hip Camp, where people pay me $45, $50 to come stay out here and park in their own camper. Yeah, I don't want to go to Wisconsin. You're going to be underwater there, Freddie. Have you seen the map? No, thank you. I'll come out after 5/25, but no anything to do with Wisconsin. You are going to be underwater in Wisconsin in this next tidal event that's going to happen. And so is everybody else almost on the East Coast, guys. It's all, again, this is a cycle. This is a cycle of past. And unless you're a little bit closer over here to the West Coast where I'm talking about, this is the area that they have taken over here. And everywhere you see here will go underwater. So is the event that I'm speaking of. Let me see if we have this thing here at all. So that's what you're looking at. You're looking at this area here being underwater. See that? So Wisconsin's not going to be the place. Maybe I'll come visit you after 5/25, but I don't want anything to do with the East Coast. No, thank you there, Freddie. You're welcome to come over this way, though, for this event. And if it don't work out or whatever, great. You can go back to your house in Wisconsin, but I don't think it's going to be there. I don't. Unfortunately, all folks probably in this room who don't live over here, your house is going to go underwater unless you're in a dome or something. Maybe Trump will put you in a dome. But, oh, wait, Trump won't be in. You got to see, this will be all on Musk and Biden. Oh, wait, Donald Trump is Joe Biden. Don't lose your mind. So this is the event. Look at this. Why does the government own all this federal land over here? A near perfect match. Interesting. You think they know something about this event? Why have they all this? Why does that match? So again, thank you, Freddie, but no, thank you. I think I'm going to stay where I'm at over here. Did a lot of research for decades. I'm going to find this is temporary. To me, this is no different than hopping in my storm shelter, the tornado blowing over, and when this is done, I'll go wherever I want in the world, Freddie. Hey, you go with me. Come over here. We're still here. You know, whatever. Go. I'm thinking about going to Mexico. Maybe we'll go visit and see who's left. No, I think we'll kind of have run of the world, so to speak. I don't mean to be like that, but kind of, you know. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be displaced. Yep, that's what I want, King. That's what I want. People to come together. I've been trying to form a community, so I agree with you. Can't disagree with that. So anyways, thank you for the offer, Freddie. I know Wisconsin is a beautiful place. I've been to all 50 states in the United States. I've been to every major city. I've traveled outside the U.S. I've lived in Alaska. I've lived in Hawaii, you know. So, yep, it's all natural. So, no worries. But Freddie, if you feel like you should stay there and God will protect you and you wear that, don't worry about it. Don't be dismayed. But I don't know if I want to be over there, Freddie. I haven't bought gravel in 4 years dispersing weight. I haven't bought gravel in 4, 5 years, 6 years, I think it's actually ago. I did that driveway right at the time. 5 years ago, I did that driveway. So I haven't bought any gravel in 5 years. So I don't know what the price of gravel is. Hey, Garcia, Fabian, will you give glory to God? Please thank the Father, because I'm just trying to pass the message on, man. That's not me doing it. So it truly is God. I'm trying to just be his vessel. I don't want to be right about this information, man. I just want to put it out and God will take care of the rest. You know what I mean? But if I knew that this was happening, guys, I can't just shut up about this. I can't just shut up about this. Can you think of what it'd be like? There's only me and David Devine. There are two men on this earth right now that are talking about this 10-24 gas giant alignment. And David Devine is not showing you this map. David Devine is not showing you the overlay map. I'm putting out things. I'm putting out things that he's not putting out, and he's putting out things that I am not putting out. But between the two of us, why is it there are only two men on this earth talking about this right now? Two men, guys, on this earth talking about this 10-24 gas giant alignment. And then we had the biggest spinning ball camp channel on YouTube call this channel out, not literally but I know who they were talking about. You know what I'm saying? Call this channel out, and he is not even talking about this gas giant alignment. He's talking about a nova, you know, and all. He's talking about pole shift, and but he's not talking about this celestial gas giant alignment at the time of Christ. And I do think he will talk about it soon, because I've been putting a lot of pressure on him on this live stream and his handlers, because he has handlers. He is a shill-spicious is what he is. So pencils on a table doesn't prove anything. We're talking about moving things, not a fixed. If anything is fixed as the earth, you idiot, Ben, and you're spinning balls. You got balls of steel to sit there and try to call this channel out. He don't even bring up God. I rebuke Ben. Mr. Bend Over Harley Davidson, you shill. I'll still watch your stuff because you put out good information, but you shill for the system. You're a shill, Ben. And I know all your handlers who watch this channel now that you have, because you put out the video against this channel, calling this channel a conspiracy theorist. Well, guess what? That's a CIA term. That's who your handlers are, Mr. Bend Over Davidson. Your stupid pencil on a table is tricked all your followers, but didn't trick anybody over here, did it? Moving objects, Ben. You think that we're spinning on a ball. You're in the ball camp, Ben. How come you're not talking about this gas giant alignment, Ben? because you're a shill and your handlers. So how about that, guys? This guy gets how many? Go watch one of his live streams. Go watch one of his live stream. He gets thousands of dollars donated to him sometimes, guys. He got donation to build a whole RV and make a whole observatory and go on the road paid for by all his viewers. Now he's built this whole place in Colorado, all paid for by his viewers. And I can't get gravel down my stinking driveway, and I can't open up a library for God. And this guy gets shilled, the spinning ball camp, and he's not even talking about this time that of Christ, this gas giant alignment, the spinning ball camp, guys. So whatever, guys, I shouldn't even compare those two. But again, it just blows my way, blows me away that this guy can fund hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm over here just minimal means in the desert. And I got to work with a shovel and chop up sagebrush for 6 years, 7 years in my driveway, just so I can get in and out of this place. And this guy has how many donations every single time he does a live? And he's a total prick. I know I get a little salty at times, but he's an absolute prick. If you listen to him, he's just he's an ass. He is absolutely rude. And he's not, and I'm saying, I understand some of the questions that he covers, but he's just, and I get salty and he admits to being salty, but you know what I'm saying? But you can imagine, he funded an RV. He traveled around the United States with everybody's money. He's now building this whole huge, whatever he calls it. I forget what he calls it out there in Colorado, but it's all viewer funded, You know what I'm saying? It just blows me away. Then he calls this channel out by putting a pencil on the table, and only David and Adapt 2030 and I are the only people talking about this celestial gas giant alignment. I mean, this guy is the ball camp guy. He's the spinning ball guy, right? He is the spinning ball guy, right? He is the guy that should be talking about this and should have talked about this alignment for more than a decade. How come he's quiet about this, guys? Shouldn't that tell you something? He took the time with his handlers to do something about what we've been doing over here. And yet he knows. You don't think that his handlers don't know about 102424? Yes, they do. So I'm calling out Ben Davison for his by name without putting the over and the Harley. You're a shill. You're a shill, Ben Davison. It's suspicious observers. And you should start covering this gas giant alignment. And you know it. You know that if anybody on any channel on the internet should be covering 1024 and the magnetics and the water overlay. I've seen images of you putting that information of the water overlay maps. You have them. You've covered some of this stuff, Ben. You're not covering 102424. How come you have everything you need? You do not suffer at all. And I sit out here in this desert with next to nothing. Sometimes I suffer more than you would ever know. I'm not saying that because you have a wife and the kids, but you're still a shill, and you should be covering this 102424 event. And I and Adapt 2030, the only two channels on all of the internet covering this. And you got an RV and how many acres of land and all that. You have everything you ever need. I've seen that big, huge building that you got. Massive building. I just want a little library where I already have the 53-foot tractor trailer that I scratched to get. Hard work just to get that 53-foot tractor trailer, and all the material that's sitting there to build it is sitting there waiting for the people to come out here and build it with me. I'm not building that by myself. All these things that this guy gets, and he's not covering the 1024 event. So be careful, brothers and sisters, who you listen to. He puts out good information, but, again, it blows me away that the donations that these shills get, and only Adapt 2030 are putting out information that you couldn't put a price on this, guys. And I'm not saying, imagine if somebody came out here, to anywhere in this area and moved, and this event happened. And I didn't save their life. God did. You know what I'm saying? I didn't save their life. God did. Imagine how much money that would save them. It's insane. The people, they give all this people this money, but they're not even giving them information like I'm handing out on this channel. There's not one other channel anywhere on the internet that's telling you that Aleph symbol that they put over is a foreshadowing of coming of this 1024 event. I am the only one, not even David is putting this information out about this line that they put over the U.S. to get you so that when this event happens, birthing pains, this sorrows, and this water event potentially happens, you're not coming over here to the West Coast. You watch, you mark my words, you will be blocked in, and that's what that was for. That's what it was for. That's what it was for. I'll go ahead and say I am 90% certain, not 99, not 90% certain that they did all these drills. I'm a veteran. That's how this is done. They got all this equipment put on the line. They did all these emergencies. So when this event, this won't be the first time that they did it. Perfect performance, perfect practice prevents piss poor performance, guys. That's what they did. That's what they did. You know what I'm saying? That's what they did. Not one other channel talking about this. Not one other channel covering the information that's being put out. So I'm going to give glory to God for letting him use me as his vessel, and difficult is the path. Ben lives the life. He has everything he wants in this life, a wife, kids, websites, all this. He doesn't struggle. I'm not saying that he doesn't work, but he's not even covering the most important event in our lifetimes. You guys, this in my eyes is hands down the most important event that we've ever been a witness to. This was the same thing that rocked this earth at the time of Christ. He predicted the destruction of the temple. 3 years later, it was destroyed. No stone to be left in its place. Nebuchadnezzar destroys the temple in 79 AD. Vesuvius goes off. Pompeii's covered in ashes. Look at what happened during that time. We are going back into this alignment. You're not going to run from this. So I'm only putting this information out to try to help with whoever I can. I don't want to make any decisions for you. I want to try to give you the information and you do with it what you will. Okay? So, well, go back and read and go back and watch the 3 videos on my channel. Okay, Faze, there's 3 videos on my channel. I'm a little upset, guys. I just lost, a lot of research this morning. I was trying to get the rest of that research up and do that, that overlay. I already told you, I showed you some brief on my CapCut, but if I go in my CapCut now, it's all gone, guys. I can go in there and it's on this phone. I go into my CapCut and all my images and all my research is gone. So I'm a little upset today and I apologize. It's a little disheartening, but he told me, let it go, Tracy. Your evidence speaks for itself. David's evidence at Adapt 2030 should more confirm. Why the hell are you living on the East Coast? Are you just foolish? You're just waiting to get washed away by water? Okay, I can't do anything for you. I can't fix, anybody. I'm not trying to change anything, and I hope that I'm wrong. And I'm going to be the fool in this one, and that they make videos after me after 1024. And heck, I hope the government will come lock me up or some misinformation that I was wrong. But I don't think the government's going to come lock me up. I'm not worried about different information. I think most of you will die that are listening to this right now if you're on the East Coast. I don't think you'll make it unless they put you in some kind of 15-minute smart city with some kind of millimeter bowl over it. You're not going to make it. I don't think you can swim. I don't think your boat will hold up this event. I don't think you're planning for this. And I think you're just in here on a whim. It's just entertainment. It's more, I'm going to get off the grid as people are off the grid. Everything's a fun idea until you actually have to put it on the ground and do something about it. So being a little salty, guys, he said, Nebuchadnezzar plowed salt into the land so nothing can grow there for a whole lifetime. I think this time God's going to use water to plow salt into the land this time, right? The oceans to do it. Last time it was the nation of Israel. This time it's the whole world. So same thing. Nope, I don't think you'll make it through this title event. I mean, you could try. You could try. You could try. No. See, look. Faye, bourbon, and bad decision. The promise of the rainbow is if you don't stop sticking that thing in his, and you don't stop doing her with her and your scissor, and I'm going to bring the fire. The promise of the rainbow, and those people have enough to put that on their flag that he would burn this place with fire. He would never flood this earth again. I didn't say this was a flood event. It's a tidal shift. Don't be ignorant and don't sit there and try to quote scripture with not knowing what you're talking about. And obviously you've equated another event with a different event here. So I'll give you one more chance to not speak blasphemies. I didn't say the earth was going to flood. That was the promise of the rainbow. Are you straight now? You realize the error of your ways? Take it on the chin. Admit you are wrong. I didn't say this is going to flood the whole. You said the water. This is a tidal event. It says the seas and the waves will be roaring. You are 100% wrong. Turn from your wicked. Undo it. You're perverted. You have forwarded my word and you've made it your own. Like a whore. Like who cheated on the law. He called her out the whore of Babylon. The mother of all idolatry. You're being an idolater. Oh, you've got 14 years of misery. Okay, well, Fayette, bad decisions. Can you tell the people right here what it means in the book of Matthew? He says, who shall come after me? Remember, he calls out this flock. Who shall ever be my disciple? Faye, 14 years of ministry. Tell people how to get across in here. I'll go ahead and let you teach there, minister. Go ahead, Faye. Teach the class, teach these 32 people on how to get their cross. Tell them what it means in the book of Matthew. He said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross daily and follow after me. Come on. How many years did you say you had? 14 years. That's 2 years to be 7. I asked you, Faye, one more time. Tell these people what it means to get a cross. Tell them how to get a cross or leave, Faye. Faye, tell them you're a minister. Come on, iron sharpens iron. I'm going to give you one last chance, Faye. Tell them how to get a cross. He says, take up your cross daily. Tell them how to do it. Don't put no nonsense in here. Tell these people, they're listening, they're watching you, Faye. Tell them how they get their cross. He said you have to do it daily. Tell them how. Come on, real world stuff, not some nonsense. I'm calling you out. 7, that's 7 to be 7. Okay, so goodbye. See ya. Don't come back here ever again, Faye. So anyway, supposedly I got 14 years of ministry, but they couldn't teach you anything. Well, I'm not a minister. So anyways, guys, you take up your cross by being condemned by the world. You must be hated. He said, if you are loved by the world, you be hated by my Father. You must be crucified spiritually. You must be condemned spiritually. You are not to be loved. He said, before they hated you, they hated me. That's what Faye should have said. Well, we need to not celebrate the traditions of men. Holidays. And we'll be persecuted for that. We shouldn't celebrate our birth. She could have started with that. But she didn't know her ass from a hole in the ground. She didn't. She does not know. She didn't know anything. She couldn't put anything. I asked her to teach, and I apologize for my French, but I told you I'm feeling a little salty. Salt into the land at the time of Christ. One of the most beautiful, amazing things that I've ever been a witness to was the Revelation 12 sign. Now I'm coming up to a time where Christ predicted the destruction of the temple, the destruction of the temple. And in 3 years later. That's right. I know that, Carl. I'm fine with that too. I'm fine with that, Carl. I hope that I'm wrong and they prosecute me and they never let it down. And I am known as the biggest heresy because it's only David and Adapt 2030 and myself that are covering this alignment. And nobody else is going to cover this fast enough in the detail that we have. There might be some other, and I encourage you, if you want to pick up this, you're going to be prosecuted. That's how you get your cross. You know how you get your cross in this world? You put up videos about this 10-24-24 alignment, and the world will hate you because you're just trying to show them, hey, this is the Hados. This is the hados. This is in the same narrow way, right? This is the same, right? This is in the same, this is the hados, right? That's all I'm trying to show you. This is in the same narrow way. This is the way it lined up then. This is the way it's lined up now, right? I'm not making predictions. I'm showing you cycles of the water overlay maps coming up and down, different cycles. Now, Adapt 2030 can show you in great detail with actual paintings of these 4 large gas giants forming this square and it affecting the tide. Look at these videos that he's put out. You can see these boats are all getting hammered in the water. Why are all the boats getting crushed? Why are all the people's hands up in the air? Go watch the video. I'm over it. So you're all probably going to die if you don't do something about it, and that's not my fault. I don't want any of you to die. I want all of you to, like he said, if I had it my way, none of you'd perish. But that's not for my doing. All I can do is put the information out, and if you want to do something about it, great. And if not, stay where you're at. I said I'm done. It hurts my heart to think that nobody's responding to this and that these days are ticking away. You guys, I was putting out 10, 24 videos long before this. 365 days is when we started the account. I mean, obviously, hey, you got 1 year to go, guys. 365 days. It's under 200 days now. Like that. It's already go. You don't think these 200 days are going to be gone like that? Yes, they are. They are going to go by so stinking fast, it's going to blow your mind. Look at what's going on right now in this world. Remember he said that if I not shorten the days, no flesh would survive. Gee, I wonder. So, I love you guys. I appreciate it. I'm not trying to throw shade on any of you, and do what your heart tells you to do. Do what your soul, what your spirit, go where your 10 toes feel like they should be during this event. Because most people are not going to even know that it happens by the time it happens, guys. So I don't want to let it go. I don't want to let it go because I keep wanting to sound this horn, guys. I want to blow the shofar, send the message, let people do with it what they will. It's not up for, there's too many alignments that are happening in this event. So I want to see people thrive, not just survive, not scratch to get by. I know what that's like. This is what I'm doing right now. You know what I'm saying? So see, 194 days. It's going to be here before we know it, guys. Boom. So please don't be dismayed. Remember Jeremiah, he spoke through his prophet Jeremiah, the one he said, proof of predestination, proof that God already wills all things. He said, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside as my prophet. And that prophet Jeremiah prophesied and spoke of he knew of the heavens. Daniel, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, I am the closest to Jeremiah. I'm not claiming to be an apostle. I'm not claiming to be a prophet. I am just a filthy, dirty sinner, rags, no better than anybody else. But if I had to compare myself to any one of Christ's apostles, I would have to say I am more like a Jeremiah than I am than any other of his apostles, because Jeremiah was warning. He wasn't a come to Jesus. I'm not trying to get you to come to Jesus. Jesus chooses who he chooses. Much as the other apostles, they went out and were bringing people to the gospel. Jeremiah was a prophet who warned of the coming of the destruction of Babylon, and that it would be destroyed. And I'm telling you, these cycles, I'm much more like a Jeremiah. So I'm not saying me to be Jeremiah. I'm not claiming to be a prophet or an apostle. I said I am filthy, dirty rags. I am donkey dung under the donkey that he rode in on. Okay, the king. So, all right. Anyway, sorry. They're looking at the UFO, guys. It's like Western Town. When people drive by here, they drive by real slow. They got to wonder, hey, that's going to be my neighbor. Look at that dude's got a UFO and look like an old Western Town out there. Yeah, he's driving by real slow. This place gets a lot of lookers, guys. Not like that, but anybody who drives by, like, what the heck? There's a UFO sitting right out there. Look at that. UFO in the front of that property. And what? We got a UFO and Back to the Future. Look at that. There's a Western. Look like an old town with tech. What the heck's going on there? So that dog's still barking. I wonder if he turned around. You might want to come back. Never had anybody come out. Good choice, puppy dogs. Good job, boys. Good job, boys. Good job, my dogs. Good job, boys. Good job, boys. Good job, guys. Let Dad know. Man, I gotta get something to eat. My belly. I think I'm gonna get off here and make some tacos, guys. What about Lot's wife, guys? What about Lot's wife? How do I feel about Lot's wife? She was. That's a great subject. What do you know about Lot's wife? Was Lot's wife turned to a pillar of salt? It says in the Word of God, he said, Lot, get your wife, get your kids. I've seen enough of this, do the hokey pokey, turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Bring in the fire, get your wife and get out of town, get your family. He sent his, there we go. Lot's wife wasn't turned to a pillar of salt, guys, just an idiom. She succumbed to her death. So that's what I think about Lot's wife. Do not look back. He warns us, do not go back to the field. Do not go back to your home. Remember, he tells us when we are headed out, he tells us do not look back or do not go back. So I hope you understand where you're at. The woman will be given the wings of the angel and she will flee to the wilderness. Will she be given that safety, correct? The woman is the bride. That is the bride of Christ. He comes back to pick up his bride. Remember? So it doesn't mean a literal woman. So hopefully that's a little more edifying that God will protect the people that he chooses. And so that's why I know there's only just a certain amount of people. She was a woman. So she looked back. She didn't trust, she didn't trust the angels and she didn't listen to the message. She didn't listen to the messenger. Christ sent a messenger, an angelos, right? She didn't trust the message. So she went back he said, do not go back to the field. Remember, do not go back to your house. Do not look, do not. So he's giving it pretty. Our loins are supposed to be girded in his service, brothers and sisters, until he returns. So don't be bare at the store buying oil, being foolish. The door will slam shut like a Noah event. Bam, right in your face, right? Imagine the scratch marks on the other side of that door. I guess you're not crazy after all, Noah. Please let me in there. Oh, that was it. And think about how big that door was. So, or was it a door at all? Or was it an ark? 2x2, huh? So, okay. Anyways, let's leave it at that. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go cook me some tacos, guys. I'm feeling like more tacos. I had tacos for lunch. I had taquitos for breakfast. I'm feeling like tacos for lunch again today. So, man, did you guys see that taco video? Those were some pretty good tacos. Street tacos with chuck steak and Parmesan and aguacate. Oh, man, they were fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. So, and a little bit of lime. So, didn't get any cilantro. I wanted to get some cilantro and onions, but didn't have enough funds to do that. So, I had to work with the avocado. I don't have any more avocados now, but I'm going to make some tacos with carne asada. Would be chuck steak, and a little bit of cheese, cotija cheese. I think I'll do Parmesan. I have some Parmesan, but yep, taco time, guys. Yeah, I'll have tacos every day. I'll have tacos every day if I once a day is all right to eat tacos, even twice a day to eat tacos. So let me go make some lunch. I'll come back on here for the end of the day. We'll talk about maybe one of you guys want to make your way out here. Maybe I can find some kind of financial backer or somebody to do something similar to what I'm doing out here. There's a great lifestyle out here. Even if you just want to relocate out here to get away from that potential event and move back at a later time, it is affordable enough where you could even do that on your own out here. I think if somebody was serious enough with me that they could sustain a lifestyle out here on their own, so to speak, that I would let somebody come out here if they were serious enough about this event. Said, Tracy, okay, I think this is going to happen and I don't want it to, but hey, I'll go back if my house is there. If it's not, thank you for affording me the opportunity to not die. I'm not trying to save anybody's lives, guys. That's not up to me. Christ will make the people move to where the woman will be given the wings of the angel, and she will flee to the wilderness, or she'll be given that safety. So God will move people where he's wanting to move. I'm not trying to move anybody. You know, I'm not. That's not what this is meant to do, you know. But you know what I'm saying? I would probably, if somebody was serious, Tracy, look, man, I'm serious. I got a family. I'm not dismayed, but I've looked at your evidence, and that is pretty convincing. So, yeah, I think there's a good chance my house could go underwater. I've seen that there are literally, you know, cities sitting off coastlines right now under the water. So in cycles past, I looked into it. You're right. The water does come up, then comes down. Last time it came up and it settled where it's at. This time it's going to come up and settle back down and lower on this cycle because it's up on this cycle. So the next cycle will be down. But I see what you're saying. The water's got to come up. It fills in the valleys. It soaks into the land. It, you know, comes back down. And with all that, you know, absorption and filling, you know, the water's not going to go anywhere. Whatever water is here is going to have to go somewhere. But when it comes up on dry land and fills in valleys, not a total flood event. This is not, you know, seashells sitting at every top of our, you know, mountains, you know, on tops. I'm not talking. This is not that event. This is the tidal event where the water raises and lowers on a cycle, up and down between 150 to 400 feet. This time it's going back down, but it has to come up first before it goes back down. Makes sense. The water's going to come up onto the land. A lot of that will soak into the land. Valleys, all this, it will hold a lot of this water. As it subsides back down, a lot of it will be held in the land. Absorption, valleys, dips, saddle, you know, all that's going to absorb and hold the rest of it. Obviously, it may go down 100 feet, may go down 150 feet. It could go as low as 400 feet, guys, or lower. There are literally city off our continent, buildings, stairwells, statues, the whole, look into this. 400 feet under the ocean right now. Something caused that shift last time, a tidal shift to cover that. Aren't we lucky? Aren't we lucky this time that we have all those cities sitting off and then that we would have been covered? We are going back down on this cycle, guys, not up. You ever heard the story about Atlantis and Tartaria and all these other? You guys, this is that cycle. This will expose, even if it exposed 100 feet of our coastlines, that would be a massive amount of land on this earth. A massive amount of land on this earth. There would be a huge amount of extra. Gee, I wonder why all the elite are buying property on all the coastlines. Have you watched that? I've watched this crap for 15 years, guys. Oh my, you know, whatever, that Nobel piece of crap prize winner, Al Gore, you know, global warming, all the ice caps are going to melt. Your children never see snow. The polar bears are all going to die. Remember the Nobel piece of crap prize winner, right? Al Gore. Your children, you know, this cycle of, you know, the earth's rise to the coast, it's all going to raise, you know, all our places going to raise and we're all going to drown and we're all, you know, you guys remember that? And yet these coastlines sat exactly where they were. There's been no raising or lowering of anything since the time of that. He needs to be put in jail. That guy too. He needs to be put in jail. He's the one behind all these windmills and CO2 and the hockey stick, the Michael Mann, you know, greenhouse gas, CO2 nonsense. But think about what I'm saying. He sat there and said your children would never see snow again. These oceans were going to raise. Yet I sat there and watched with this, you know, nonsense, watched the elite buy up property right on the coastlines. Gee, it's like, oh, well, I guess the water's going to come up if they're buying, you know, on the coastlines. And it hasn't. But there will be an event that will raise that water up. And I'm sure that they're, you know what I'm saying, that they're going to get covered, but they know they'll be covered back down again. So I don't think that they fear that these homes that they bought on the coastline, even if they do get washed, out, that they'll still own that land when it comes back down. And I do think the land that's going to be closer to the ocean, obviously, will be more desirable for trade and for commerce and all those things again. So they're going to want as close as they can get to the land that's closest to the ocean, if that makes sense. So I don't sit there and watch the elite for the last 15 or 20 years buy up coastline property when I think, piece of crap, Al Gore, Nobel Prize piece of crap winner is saying that we're going to get flooded out and your children are never going to see snow again and all the ice caps going to melt and all the polar bears are going to die. Remember all that stupidity? So I watch these things, guys. I watch a lot of cycles and I pay attention to all things. I watch things I don't want to watch. I watch things I do want to watch. If you're not left right now, guys, if you're not one of these people that's voting for Biden, or you're not going to go for Trump and you're not participating in this, congratulations. Maybe you're a little more, contrarian, you're more, I wouldn't say liberal, but more for, somewhere down in the middle, not left or not right. Congratulations. You're making an educated decision. You're not letting one sway you, either or. You're not allow them to, you know what I'm saying? Right? Left and right, paradigm. You can see both the left and the right, and you won't participate. And I know, guys, I know how hard it feels sometimes to be that person, because the left wants you to, hey, we're Democrats, come be a Democrat with us, right? They're like, hey, be a Republican. We're red over here, MAGA, MAGA. And then if you don't, something's wrong with you, guys. Actually, think about it. You are not being pulled one way or the other, are you? Bless you. You're making a much better decision than these people who do choose this paradigm right now, guys. Truly, okay? You're not going to be pulled one way, and you probably know a little bit of the left and a little bit of the right. You might be a little bit of conservative and a little bit liberal at the same time. You fall somewhere down the middle. So bless you guys for not falling for this left-right paradigm, this division of societies, which makes people fight. It causes infighting, problem, reaction, solution. They know if they can divide us up, guys, they can get us to fight with each other. This is just the way it's done. You cause a little bit of chaos and people start, it's like the jar of red ants and black ants. They don't fight with each other at all. They get along. They don't have any issues. But when you shake the jar, everybody kills each other inside. All those ants kill. Remember, it's the guy shaking the jar. It's not us, brothers and sisters. We're all one ant. I mean, one race. The human race, guys. We're not ants. Remember, there are just a few of them. If we figure it out, oh my God. So, there we go. So they're shaking the jar on us, guys. Don't fight with each other, please. We're all in this jar together, correct? Let's not let them, if they shake this, to get us to fight with each other. I don't care how much melanin's in your skin. God did not create races. God put more melanin in your skin because he put you closer to the equatorial region so you would not burn. The people who lived away from the sun, they were the Caucasus. Those were the northern nations, and they had very little melanin in their skin. That's why we have different, more or less melanin. God never created races. God created one race, and that's the human race. Please. God created one race, the human race, brothers and sisters, man and woman. Please act with some civility. Do not let them shake this jar on us. And if they do, let's be stronger than that. The ants will kill each other, guys. They get along fine. Black ants, red ants, no problems. The minute they shake the jar, they kill each other. They're shaking the jar, brothers and sisters. Let's not fight with each other, please. Please, brothers and sisters, ask yourself, what would Jesus do? What would Christ do in this situation? Start acting with some humanity, guys. Please, please listen to the word of God. He will give you whatever under the testament that we are under. That is the testament. That is what you should ask yourself. In this situation, under this testament, he fulfilled that old and we're under the new. What in this new, what would he tell me to do in this situation? Please ask yourself that. Hashtag let's bring it back. Hashtag WWJD. We're bringing it back, guys. We're bringing it back. What would Jesus do? What would he do? Ask yourself that every single time, every single thing. Ask yourself that. What would Jesus do? Okay. What would our Redeemer, what would Shiloh do in this situation? You know, and that's how I'm acting. I know what he'd tell you to do. He'd tell you, he said, let vengeance be mine. Love. That's right. That's what he would tell us. Agape your neighbor, like you would agape your enemy. That's exactly right, Melissa. You're right over the target. That's what he said. Love. 2 John and 6. Love them like you love yourself, right? Your neighbor like you love yourself. 2 John and 6. Walk and follow in the commandments of God. So don't treat your enemy. Hey, enemy, that's pagan. That's put righteous judge. Don't condemn your enemy. Don't condemn them. Do not keep company with vipers. Do not cast your pearls before swine. You can rebuke them if they don't want to turn, 2 times, he tells you. 2 times. That's your fisher of men. You're not bringing anybody to God. He chooses. You're just being the net, right? The net not knows the job, what it catches, right? Cast the nets down deep, brothers and sisters. We are to be fishers of men. He tells us this is the time. Put those nets down deep. But don't be biased. The net not knows what it does, what it catches. He does the sorting. I want you to bind that, right? The chaff. He does the sorting. We have to let this together, guys. With the net. Remember, we fall into that. The net not knows what it catches, brothers and sisters. It only does the job of the net. Okay? We're all in this together, please. You understand what I'm saying? Be a fisher of men. You're not bringing anybody to God. No, that's not what your job is. Your job is to be the net. Love your enemy like you love your neighbor. Hey, enemy, that's pagan. This is what the word of God says. There's where it says it. No, I know. Look, that's where it said, I rebuke you. Be done with him. Be done with him. God did not accept you to want you to keep company and sup with vipers or cast your pearls in the mud. 2 times. See, that's what I did to my enemy. I showed him where the truth was. That's the gospel. That's what it says. This is Antichrist. This is with Christ. There's where it's at. That's what it says. I'm not condemning you. There you go. Boom. Hey, neighbor, how you doing? Oh, hey, welcome to the neighborhood, neighbor. Hey, hey, I've noticed this year, you've been here a couple years. I wanted to tell you, neighbor, those Christmas lights you got up there, that's actually pagan. Let's go over. Come over and look at my phone here real quick. See this? Let's just look up Christmas. See right here, neighbor? Oh, seriously. And I noticed I got to see, got that tree in the window there. Let me show you about trees. Let me show you in the book of Jeremiah. Hey, neighbor, let me show you in the book of Jeremiah where it says, be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the heathens, for their customs are vain. For one cutteth the tree. That's that tree right there. See, for one cutteth the tree. That tree you have right there that's pagan, and that's vanity. It says, for one cutteth the tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen. They bring it home. I don't know where you got your tree, but they bring it home. Obviously, you didn't grow that in your yard. They bring it home and they deck it like the halls with boughs of holly. I notice you have all these decorations. This is vanity. This is worthless to God, neighbor. Right? For one cut of the tree out of the forest. Right? The work of the hands of the workman with the axe. They bring it home and they deck it with silver and gold. And they fasten it with hammers and nails. I noticed you had that on your car when you came in, and then you stood it upright like a phallic. That's the rebirth of Nimrod, right? Tammuz was the son of Satan. He married Satan's mom, and that's the rebirth of his. So that's what that tree is, right? They fasten it with hammers and nails so it stand upright. You're rebirthing Satan. Neighbor, can you pull all that down? That's vanity. No, neighbor, I rebuke you. Done. Do the same thing to yourself, brothers and sisters. What would Jesus do, right? Agape. Does that make sense? 2 John and 6. Did I do anything different? Love your enemy like you love your neighbor. Does that make sense? That's how you love your enemy. That didn't mean, oh my God, let me break you some cross-top buns and bring you some hot chocolate, enemy. Right? That's not how you love your neighbor. Hey, enemy, here, have some candy. Have some chocolate Easter egg. That's not what it means to love your enemy. I just showed you how you love your enemy. And then, so how do you love yourself? Same way, brothers, sisters. Judge, thou shalt be judged. You put yourself through that same righteous judgment as you would judge right? Your neighbor, or love with the law. That's how we are to judge, with the law. With the law. You understand? That's how we judge our neighbor. That's how we love our enemy. That's how we love ourselves. Did I change up anything? Was I consistent? Is that how that's done? That's exactly what it means by love. Push the gospel on them. Push the predestination on them. Show them where the word of God is at, and if they don't want to hear it, then just rebuke them and be done with them. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to sit there and try to change a goat into a sheep, brothers and sisters. That was already chosen. You cannot change a goat into a sheep. You're wasting your time. He doesn't want you to even try to do that. He said, love them like you love yourself. Love your enemy like you love your neighbor. Love your neighbor. Agape. Agape your enemy like you agape your neighbor. Agape your neighbor like you agape yourself. Okay? They get it perverted. They twist it. They think whatever they want. Not too many people understand what he means when he says, love your enemy like you love your neighbor, but they don't know what the word agape means. 2 John and 6, you can find that word love in the book of John. 2 John and 6, it covers what agape, that's the highest form of love for the Father. That's right. Agape love. So if you love the Father, if you're his disciple, you'll do what he tells you. Will not only listen to it, but you'll be able to learn. You won't be brutish. He will remove the scales from your eyes. You will see what it is he's trying to show you. It will not fall on deaf ears. It would be very clear. He did not speak with marvels in his mouth. He spoke in parables, so you would understand it and the rest of the world wouldn't. Isn't that a blessing? Hallelujah. Okay. All right, guys, let's wrap it up with that one. I love you guys. The word is just such a blessing, guys. You know, I'm not deserving of this. I really am not. And I thank God for giving me such a blessing and to be able to share it with my brothers and sisters. This is, again, far beyond anything I could have ever imagined for my life. I just wanted to scream the gospel from the highest mountain peak in the world. And this is far beyond. Again, there's more than 1 million views. This gospel has gotten in front of more than 1 million eyes. So I cannot wait for him to harvest, whoever, because it's not me. It's not me. This message, his message, not my message, his message has gone out across the whole wide world, not just from a mountaintop, guys, from every mountaintop. That's insane. That is just, I'm beside myself. I'm just beside myself, and I am not worthy of this knowledge. And I hope that I'm a good steward of this word, guys. I tell people, please be a good steward of your body. It's a temple, and we don't always take very good care of ourselves, but be a good steward of your time too, brothers and sisters. We only have one, third rock from the sun, I'm saying, one time in this third dimension, but more importantly, and above all, highest, please be a good steward of his word. Please be a good steward of his word. It's the most valuable thing you'll ever have in your possession. It's already with you. It's written in your heart. He just reveals the treasure within you, Christ in you, brothers and sisters. Your body is a temple. And he doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. He dwells within you. Okay? You have an outer man. That's the flesh. That's that outer law, the flesh law, the outer that he tells us to cut it off. In the book of Ephesians 6 and 11, he tells us, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. We are not under that testament of old, of flesh, eye for an eye. He came back. He fulfilled the law, and he made a new testament with his own flesh. And so we're not under that flesh anymore, brothers and sisters. Whoa. Oh, I'm going to let the dogs in here. Starting to get tail balls. Come on, guys. Come on. How about hailstones? You got plans for hailstones? The weight of a talent, guys. These are about this big out there. You're hitting the roof pretty hard. You got a hail plan? One of the plagues of Revelation, guys, the sign of Jonah. The sign of Jonah. Remember, 3 days as Christ was in the belly, or in the tomb, in the darkness, he was in the tomb, and on the third day he rose. As Jonah, right, was spewed out onto the belly of the land, he rose on the third, right, on the third day. He rose on the third day. You got a hail plan? I've been telling you guys. They had basketball size hail in the 1800s. Basketball size. These are little tiny little Honga Tonga deemed. Honga Tonga on February 12th, 2022. They deemed Honga Tonga dormant. Southern Hemisphere extinct. Extinct. It was dead. And on February 15th, it rose out of the ocean. Out of the ocean. And put 146 gigarams of the ocean into our upper atmosphere. It's still sitting there, brothers and sisters. It hasn't come down yet. That is 14 more percent moisture that was never there. Never there. The sign of Jonah. I gave you that sign. And I warned you. And then I gave you the sign of Jonah during the April 8th eclipse. But the sign of Jonah. 3 days in the darkness. 3 days in the belly of the whale. February 12th, 2022. They deemed Honga Tonga extinct. Extinct. It was dead, dormant. It would never go off again. 3 days later, it rose from the dead, out of the ocean, out of the darkness, out of the belly of the whale as Jonah rose on the third day and was spewed out onto the belly of the land to forecome the foreshadowing of the destruction in 40 days of Nineveh. 146 gigarams, brothers and sisters, of the ocean is still sitting in our upper atmosphere today. In scripture, I warned you again about in Luke, it would talk about that evil and adulterous generation would look for a sign, and the only sign that would be given is the sign of Jonah. Aleph symbol, starting in Jonah, Texas, Nineveh, Texas, Nineveh, Ohio, Nineveh, Pennsylvania, Ark, Texas, Rapture, Indiana, Nineveh, New York, Nineveh, Nova Scotia. They know what they're doing, brothers and sisters, okay? You know, please pay attention of what's going on. This is God who's controlling this. We're not doing this. It's God doing this. So as he controls me as his vessel, I give you these signs in the heavens that you've seen. Yeah, you think it's delusional, but God is a title, and you say God is with us. God does not love everybody. God is with us. God sends most people to hell, doesn't he? God is with us. Doesn't he send most people to hell? God doesn't love everybody, does he? See? But anyways, much love, brothers and sisters, much love. Are you ready for hailstones, the weight of a talent? In scripture, it talks about hailstones. Hailstones, that evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign. The only sign to be given is the sign of Jonah. Hailstones, guys, that sent the 146 gigarams of our ocean that is literally frozen to this day. Still frozen up there in our upper atmosphere since 2022, February of 2022. 146 gigarams of the ocean. I encourage you to look up Honga Tonga and look up when it went off. It made it all the way up to the top of the stratosphere, went past through all our satellites. It's an amazing footage, but nothing has changed, brothers and sisters. It's like an on-hold freezer. Remember Eazy-E? He said he had an on-hold, now this is literally an on-hold freezer. 14%. That is 146 gigarams sitting there frozen, guys. Frozen in our upper atmosphere. So, check it out. 146 gigarams equals hailstones, the weight of a talent. Does anybody want to tell me how much is a weight of talent in scripture? It talked about King Solomon's temple was made of a certain talents of gold, right? How much was one talent? How much was that? How much gold would that have been? One talent. It talks about hailstones, the weight of a talent, one talent. A weight of measurement was a talent. What was a talent in scripture? When talents, many different weights to that a talent. Nope, not 5 pounds. Not 5 pounds. No worries, I'll give you the answer. Just 1 second. Let's give me one other, see if somebody else might know. What is a talent? It's a weight of measurement in pounds. I'm looking for pounds. How many pounds would that be? Because a talent in different measurements could be different. I'm talking about biblically. Solomon's temple was a certain amount of gold talents. One talent is how many pounds? There's 146 gigarams. Okay, a talent in scripture, biblical talent is 146 pounds, or excuse me, 149 pounds and 14 ounces is a biblical talent. So each talent of gold in Solomon's temple, one talent equaled 149 pounds and 14 ounces of gold. So the hailstones that are going to come out of the sky will be 149 pounds. Just make them 150. 150 pound hail. You guys, we had basketball size hail in the 1800s. I encourage you to look this up. Our sun went into a minimum. The atmosphere shrunk. We got closer to the earth. 149 pounds and 14 ounces is the biblical talent in scripture. 149 pounds, 14 ounces is a biblical talent. So there's a little discrepancy, but I know what I've researched this over and over, because a talent is, 75 pounds in some places, 75 to 100. I'm talking about a biblical talent. Okay. But either way, it 20 pounds probably wouldn't even make a difference, guys. Like I said, a little bit of a discrepancy if you'll look into this, because I'm trying to explain to you, a talent is a talent in measurement outside of scripture, a talent in the Bible, a talent according to King Solomon's temple. That's where I'm talking about. When it talks about a weight of talent, like those talents of gold, how many talents does anybody know how many talents Solomon's temple was? How many talents of gold? You could take that equation and times that by okay, it's all right. Like I said, that's what I was telling you, Freddie. I'm not opposed to that, because I've read that and it's between 129 and 149 in that biblical sense. Okay, I refer to it as King Solomon's temple, if that makes sense. When I'm trying to refer to it biblically, which is the New Testament. You know what I'm saying? When you were talking about the version, obviously, like I said, there's a different translations, but when I'm talking about the talents of King Solomon's temple, that's referring to 149 pounds and 14 ounces times the talents of gold. So either way, it wouldn't, guys, matter if we were using Freddie's version or mine, or either way, it doesn't matter. 129 pound, 14 ounce hail, or 149 pound hail. It's 20 pounds, guys. But again, that's going to destroy anything that's above the ground. Okay, pretty much. In the 1800s, there were hailstones the size of basketballs, because our sun went into a solar minimum and it shrunk down. You know what I'm saying? It shrunk down, and we had a more cloud. It excited more cloud cover, and it made more water vapor atmosphere, another layer of cloud cover, And that's what caused that basketball size hail. Basketball size hail. Yes, there was basketball size hail, Barrick. Don't spit your blasphemies in here, Barrick. I will toss you out of here so fast. I'm talking about the 1800s. This is recorded in like I said, you want to spit blasphemies in here, you'll be out of here so fast. I've done my research. Have you put out any videos on hail? How many hail videos do you have, Ronnie, on the internet right now? How many hail videos have you put out about hailstones? How many different platforms and how many hail videos have you done? We're listening to Ronnie real quick. We'll see if he's got any. I don't think he's done any. I don't know if we'll hit solar maximum next year or not, Melissa. We're close, though. We're close to hitting. Actually, what do you mean? No, we won't hit solar max. We are in solar maximum right now. What am I talking about? We're going to hit solar minimum. Melissa, you're incorrect. We're in solar maximum right now. Just so you know, we're not going into a solar max. We are in the solar max right now. We're getting ready to go back into the minimum. It's solar max for 5 years up, 5.5 up, 5.5 down solar minimum. So we've already are potentially 3. We're in solar cycle 25 and we've been in it for 3 plus almost 4 years. So about another, I just looked at the largest hailstone recorded. There is no information in the 1800s that produced the amount of hail. Can you tell me where this hail fell? Okay, well, go take your research and come back when you find it, Ronnie. I don't want you here anymore. I'm not sitting and putting out bad information. If you don't believe what I'm saying, go somewhere else and find your information. You can find plenty of information. Go find it for yourself. Be gone with you. So, Melissa, we are already in the solar maximum. That when we come into a new solar cycle, it starts with a solar maximum, and then it peaks, and then we go into a solar minimum. So we are already in the solar maximum right now. We hit solar cycle 25 again, I think a little over 3.5 years ago. So we have about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years before we hit solar minimum. We are in the solar maximum right now. So there we go. See what I'm saying? The peak is 2025, right? What I was saying, right about, right? So there you go. There you go, Melissa. That's the peak. And then we'll stop dropping off. And the next time we see a solar maximum will be in the 2030s again. So it can, Terrell, it can. Marcus, it can affect your mood. It can affect your member. Guys can get ED from the solar cycle and the energy. So, yes, your man cannot get it up because of the sun. You don't see be hard on him. Oops, apologize. That wasn't the right word. But yes, it can affect cardiac arrhythmia. It can affect the beats per minute that your heart beats. Space weather, solar weather effects reported. Who are you going to report me to? The FBI or the CIA or the CI? Get out of here. You troll. I'm reporting you that you're a troll, that you do the works of your father, the devil. So again, guys, hailstones, the weight of a talent is what's in play for us, because we do have 146 gigarams. If you're good with math, get a calculator out. That's going to take you a while to figure out how much that is. So space weather affects your affects your heart rate, cardiac arrhythmia. It can affect the beats per minute. It can affect the male genitalia. There's a lot of things that space weather affects. So they're not talking about it too much, but there's plenty of peer-reviewed research, peer-reviewed journals, medical journals, and to show that the solar energy does have an effect on the human psyche, as well as the human, our biology is affected by it as well. So cardiac arrhythmia, beats per minute. If you have a heart problem and, if you're healthy, it's probably not going to be a big deal. But if you already had a heart problem and, you had a problem with that cardiac arrhythmia, your beats per minute were off or a little bit slow or something, this could cause you to be that one little bit more slowing of your heartbeat to cause you to actually have you have heart failure. So absolutely, the sun does affect people here on this earth. And like I said, you can find plenty of peer-reviewed journals, medical journals covering this information. So definitely something that you want to pay attention to. They're not going to tell you that, but most doctors would not understand that. But there are doctors who have studied it, and NDs, nutritional doctors, as well as medical doctors. And I find more NDs are into this type of information than MDs, but both of them, I've seen both fields of study go out and write journals, peer-reviewed medical journals about this effect on, again, the human psyche, and as well as the different effects on the body itself, how it affects our heart rate. And again, even the male genitalia, your husband might be having an issue with, and it's not his fault, so if your member's working properly, be thankful the sun hasn't taken you out yet. But ladies, be easy on that guy. Maybe you might, what are you talking about? Does the Bible say anything about it? Space Weather Live. Huh. Over Space Weather News with Ben, the spinning ball camp shill suspicious observer. Shill suspicious. All right, we made it through the hailstorm, guys. Woo! All right, I'm gonna have to go get me some more wood. Oh man, I'm almost out of. Okay, guys, seriously, I'm out of wood in the wood stove. I just have some coals in there, and I have no more wood in here, so it's a little chilly in here. You can see with the hail hitting it's not super warm out today. So I got to go get some more fire for this wood stove. I got to eat me some tacos. I want to make some tacos. You guys want to see kind of tacos I made? Go back on my channel, and I did a little 15-second short from the tacos from yesterday, the lunch tacos yesterday. But I want to make me some more tacos. I ate burritos for a while. Hadn't had any tostadas. Maybe I'll make some tostadas, some steak tostadas. That'd be pretty good, huh? Oh, I don't have any lettuce. Darn it, I didn't buy any lettuce. Okay. Anyways, all right, guys, much love. If you want to make a donation to my work, to my ministry, I've got hundreds, thousands of hours. I got 30, years, decades into this research, guys. If you want to make a donation, I'm $10 short right now on my Cash App to pay all my land payments. I put $20 into my car, my son's car, actually. He brought it out here. But instead of putting that $10 in the gas tank and 10 in the bank, I don't know. I probably should have done the math. Something just told me I hit gas in it before I hit the bank. So I'm $10 short. Anybody can help me out. I have a Cash App, whatever. It's not the end of the world if I don't. It'd be the first time in 10 years I wasn't able to make my land payment on. I'll just pay it $10 less or whatever, and he'll have to get it next month. But if anybody can help, I am trying to get some deal to go get my son these mill ends too, and build my son's house for probably $30 or $40 worth of diesel. I can go get my son's almost every bit of material that he's going to need for his walls, his roof, and his inner walls. So if anybody can help me out with that, that'd be great. I just listed, I have over 40 things for sale on the internet. So I'm not just sitting around doing nothing. Again, the weather today, I put my stuff up with my springtime stuff, and here we are getting hail and snow and stuff. So I don't know. I haven't gotten any hits on anything as of yet, but if something sells, that'd be great. But if not, oh well, life's not Burger King. You can't always have it your way. But hopefully I put out some information here that's of value to you guys. I just told you, you might be wiped out by water and lose everything you have, and the spinning ball camp guys, not even talking about the 1024. There's only 2 people talking about it. So I think I put out $1 million information to you. I might have just saved your whole home, your whole house. Not me. God did it. It's not me. But the information itself might make you want to relocate temporarily over this side. And that you couldn't put a price on that. So I don't think the information that I put out, I think it's worth millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars for information is value, but whatever. That's not what I mean. I'm not just saying it's priceless. It's just Adapt 2030 and me are the only people who are covering this 10-24-24 alignment. And you'd think that Ben Davison would be covering it. He is the spinning ball camp model. and people donate to his channel every day. That dude makes hundreds, thousands of dollars every single day. It's crazy. And a man like myself is sitting out here scratching an honorably discharged veteran. No benefits, no veterans benefits. Never been to the VA. Fought Social Security for 7 years. Can't even get the money I paid into the system. I was a single dad 9 years without a stitch of child support. Not one single child support. So I work what I have. So I don't feel guilty for asking, guys. I don't. I'm working to try to not have to do this anymore. I have these cabins up for rental, and I'll give away free cabin rentals. You know what I'm saying? Don't give me any money, Joey. If you have, take care of yourself. I do not want anybody to donate to this, okay? Nobody donate. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? No, that's a good thing. Babylon, we are the same. So don't worry about that, sir. Don't donate anything unless you have extras and abundance. I don't want to charity. That's not what I'm asking for, if that makes sense, okay? So only take care of the people around you first. Please, Joey, don't send anything here. If you're struggling in any way, you're going to make me feel guilty that I took something from somebody that was needed it. Please don't send anything my way unless you have extra. There are people who are doing okay right now. There are some people who are doing all right. And so if people have the means, I've streamed, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours now and didn't get any donations. It's okay. It doesn't stop me from doing it, but I speak about it. Remember, I didn't do it the whole stream, but I'm going to go ahead and bring it up now. So it's the only thing that's in my head right now for a minute. Like, not like that. Just, man, I wish I would have put that $10 in my bank instead of the gas tank, but it is what it is. And I couldn't go down there and get soda cans right now and try to put it into the bank. It wouldn't work because the bank doesn't open out here until Monday, and they don't open it up until 11 o'clock. They don't have an outside ATM or that. It's a small little township. So it's my bad, guys. I'm sorry that I'm not sorry about anything. I apologize. I should have put the $10 in the gas tank and not the, the thing. And so I'm really more concerned about trying to get 30, 40 bucks so I can go get those mill ends for my son. If you've seen what I build out here, that's what I use to build. A lot of it comes from the mill. I cannot believe how much mill ends are sitting up there right now. So it's probably be a full 2 days of working, driving back and forth. The mill's about 20 miles from here, from where I'm at. But man, I could get every board. If I had to mill them, I'd have to actually talk to my son. We'd have to get out the table saw, son. But there's enough to rip 2x4s, 2x6s, 2x8s. We can do your trusses. We can do your exterior walls and the inner walls with this stack of material. And it only cost me about 30 or 40 bucks right now, son. He's like, Dad, I wish I could send you some money, but I ain't got no money too. So he's listed a bunch of stuff for sale. We're all struggling, guys. So don't send me anything if you don't have the means. Take care of somebody locally and your family. God will provide. It's just $10 right now. And I have some material here to try to start my son's house. But for $30 or $40, think about to be able to get every stick to build him a beautiful home, 14 by 20. That's what I looked at, that stack of wood, and felt I could probably build maybe a 14 or 16 by 20 building with all the material. Now I'd have to mill it all out, have to cut it all up and make it myself. Not on a mill. I don't have a mill, but on a table saw, but it could be done. So hopefully I can get to it before anybody else does. But if somebody else gets to it, it's okay. I have some mill ends here, but my mill ends are all going for the projects. This is a separate deal that I'm trying to get this product to put in on this other 20 acres because my son wants to move out to this valley. I'm super excited about that. And I'm going to build his first home with him. He's going to build it with me. Wouldn't that be cool to go get this pile of material and to mill out all these boards, every single one with my son? He put his hands on every board that he built for his own home. He kind of be like Dad. I use, this is at mill ends on this material, but this is all repurposed material out of stuff that, a lot of this stuff, I cut the ends off it, cut the bad parts off of it, work with what's good. So that's what I'm hoping to do. Okay. So, all right. That's my plan. I'll be back later on this evening, guys. I'm going to go make me some tacos. So there is a Cash App actual link in my bio. I think it is. My son was able to link that. He wasn't able to link the PayPal, but either of those would help me to do that. And if you have it, great. If not, we'll see you back next time. And I love you guys so much. Appreciate hanging out with you again. 4 hours and 30 minutes. Let's wrap it up with that. All right. Always Agape.